Like at some point, he's going to drive this car. And at some point, he's going to want to go fast in this car. And I would much rather he do that with me on a wide open interstate in Wyoming with no one on the interstate than him screwing around with his friends and giving it a shot and doing it that way. Right.
Right.
So we get outside of Cheyenne and there are no cars at all. Like it's a beautiful day. The road's dry. There's no cars. I have him pull it in the middle of the 2 lanes on the interstate. And I'm like, okay, we're going to go into cheetah mode where the front of the car drops down, the ass end goes up. You push the gas and the brake at the same time. And then when you're ready, you let off the brake and it launches, right? And it's 0 to 60 in like 1.9 or 2 seconds, or whatever it is, right? So he does that. And it like throws us in the back of our seats.
Oh my God.
And I don't know what came over us, but I just started laughing uncontrollably. And he's laughing uncontrollably. And by the time I get enough presence of what's going on, I look at the speedometer and he's at like 110 miles an hour because
Oh my gosh.
he drove his foot into the gas pedal. It spooked him and he kept like, he kind of tensed up. So he lets off and he starts coming down. He started crying. Like, and my son's not like that, you know, he doesn't cry a lot or anything, like, you know, he's not an overly emotional young boy, but he starts laughing and crying at the same time, pulls the car over, gets out of the car, and he's like, you're driving this.
Yeah.
So
well, good. That was an awesome life lesson then.
it was a good life lesson, right? So, you know, when you get that car, and I talked to Dave, and he had his kids, and they were like being kind of rambunctious in the car, and they wouldn't settle down. And he just goosed his, like he just went to the gas real quick. And he had like a kid that had a bloody nose, and like kids are just like, so there's nothing wrong with going 0 to 60 in 3.7, 4.2 seconds. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that at all. All right, so you can see my screen.
Yes.
You can see my slides.
Yes.
Right?
And we can hear you and see you and all of the things that are needed.
All right, I'm going on AV mute. I'm going to go get some more delicious low sodium V8, which is a sponsor of our Pay What You Can training. No one drinks this. They used to be able to buy V8 in every gas station from sea to shining sea. You can't find it anywhere, but it's been replaced with Prime, which is
I know.
Logan Paul is apparently the guy behind that.
And all teenage boys or preteen boys want Prime.
Oh man,
it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
that's all my 14-year-old asked for. Okay, when you go to the store, can you get me some Prime?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. And it's like so terrible. It's got like even the ones that aren't the energy drinks are energy drinks.
They are. There's so much sugar.
Yeah.
And my family say, no, we're not going to drink that Logan Paul, Andrew.
Well, I know.
Water.
It's like, you know, yeah. I had an argument with my son about like that whole situation that happened, the YouTube thing. And he's like, no, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. I'm like,
the one in Japan where they came across
yes,
the body?
yes.
No, that happened.
I was like, it happened, dude. Just because it's gotten washed over and everyone's forgotten about it, the guy's not a nice guy. Sorry.
Yeah, just because you close your eyes doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So, you know, then there's Mr. Beast, right? And I think Mr. Beast is like one of the best celebrities in the world, hands down. I mean, like, you know, Beast, he's got restaurants and he feeds homeless people, and he's just a general good dude. All right, well, I'm gonna go on AV mute. I'll see you all in a second.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, so now we get to talk.
Yes.
So hi everybody. For the people that are here so far, welcome back to day
42
2.
of you.
Oh, I thought you said day 42. I was like, it's not day 42, it's day 2. And
I think there's 43 people now.
yes,
It's slowly climbing.
yes. We started a little early because John was telling a story about his son driving the Tesla and how he terrified himself into laughing, crying. and
Cry tears.
her.
I mean, happy tears?
No.
Laugh tears?
I think it was a, oh my God, we almost died tears. I think we would go with that one. But hopefully,
And
go ahead.
for you guys, we were talking about this before we went live, but for those of you who ride motorcycles, and I'm sure if you ride a motorcycle, you've heard of the Sturgis Motorcycle Rally. Our main office is in Sturgis, and John said he's got plans for the rally this year. So
Yeah. Nice. Biker
so,
dude.
yeah,
Yes,
they're gonna.
Jenny, I did see that video of that girl that was mad because her mom got her a Tesla. She wanted a different, whatever. She wanted some different car, but she was mad that her mom got her a Tesla and was like, I don't want this car. I think
I'm
her
gonna
mom ended up getting her like a total beater after that and was like, well, there's your car. And she's like, I'm not driving that. And she's like, well, then you ain't driving.
I'm gonna tell you what, if my parents would have bought me a car when I was younger and getting a car, I'd have been happy with what they gave me.
I know. I bought my own first car.
So did I.
Yeah.
I've bought
I
every car
bought
since then too.
I bought my oldest son a car. And then he bought his own car. So I still have that car. So that's going to be Ryan's car. And maybe even by the time Anthony gets his license, it'll be his car.
Right.
So it'll be like I mean, the wheels will probably be falling off after Ryan gets a hold of it, but
Yeah, my 14-year-old son is like begging me to give him my Jeep whenever he gets old enough to drive.
yeah.
Now, my Jeep is I haven't had it for very long. It's a black Jeep, it's got black rims. I've put a nice head unit in it, and I've updated it a little bit, and it's got like a black and white skull shifter knob, and it's a really nice Jeep. I'm planning on putting some speakers in there, some subs. And so, yeah, he is like trying to get me to give him my Jeep when he gets old enough to drive. And I don't think I could do it.
Jenny said her first car tried to kill her, stalled in an intersection. Oh my gosh. Yeah. My first car I bought, and it was not nice. It was not a nice car.
Let's see, mine. Go ahead, Megan.
I'm just saying
what mine was.
And I rear-ended somebody. It was, I mean, you don't want a nice first car. I mean, like you're going to inevitably curb it or do something like when I bought Nick, it was an older, like Volvo, like S something. I don't know. But we have in my neighborhood, I live in a lake community. So we have like a spillway. So you go across this like long thing, and it's got guardrails on either side. And he like first solo trip out, sideswiped the guardrail. Yeah. So, I mean, it didn't mess it up that bad, but it scratched it pretty good.
Right.
Scared the crap out of Ryan because he was with them. Hi guys. We started.
Hey guys, you're late.
Are we live?
Yes, we're live.
Like a minute early.
Well, we were actually lots of minutes early because John started telling a story about Logan driving the Tesla. So
I missed it.
yeah, it was. He went into laughing, crying hysterics on the side of the highway.
My first car was a 96 Chevy S10 regular cab. It had black tinted windows, a red bow tie sticker in the back window. It had the blackouts on the lights, the headlights and the tail lights. It had red neon lights underneath it. It had red lighting on the cab.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. It was a really nice truck.
Were you sharing first vehicles?
So I won't be
Yeah.
talking about my first vehicle because it's a question on the credit report.
Oh.
So, nice try.
Oh,
Oh, is it?
yeah, it's one of the questions.
Yeah, it's like what's
Oh,
what's a car that you've owned? What's an address that you've
Oh.
had?
Can we share anything about us anymore?
No,
No.
Nothing.
nothing.
Mine was an
Now-
81.
Now we
Chevette.
can open some stuff under Jason's.
Hey, you know
Now that
what?
We know about the Chevy S10 with the red lighting and the blackout lights.
And Jason's quite the target. Everyone
Yeah.
wants to be.
You are the target.
Right? Just a
Hello,
fair warning,
everybody.
guys. I have a wife and 6 kids, so
Oh, yeah.
you ain't gonna get
Credit,
much.
we might be able to get a secured credit card.
Exactly.
Baby. Welcome back to day 2, everybody.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, how are you guys today?
Well, it's good. I just started eating lunch. So, you know how you have that triple espresso in the morning just to quiet your brain down. And then all of a sudden you start getting hangry because you've only had caffeine.
Yeah.
So that's where I was. And I started eating. And now here we are.
And now here we are.
Did you have chicken?
Oh, it is chicken for sure.
I know it
Of
is.
course it is.
It's chicken. You can have beef. There's a small little list of things. You
Yeah.
can eat.
Well,
We don't have to talk about
it's
it.
not like I got poked with chicken poop or something. And they're like, oh, you're allergic to chicken poop.
You're
Listen, you would have
allergic to chicken
ignored,
poop.
you would have ignored that allergy. I have a feeling. You would have been like, nah, I'll risk it.
No, give me all
I'll
that chicken.
totally risk that.
Gosh.
It's cool because
Uh,
I do the same thing because I'm lactose intolerant and trust me, I do not avoid dairy. I drink
So
milk.
is John.
eat ice cream.
John takes Lactaid, right?
Yeah. I love when John's wife just tosses them Lactaid from across the table. Like, here you go. You're gonna need that.
It's a
She
lot
has
of
to-
dairy in it.
She has to sleep with me, so.
Yeah.
It's
It's preemptive.
Nickname.
It's preemptive.
Yeah, so my nickname on the trail is Butter Farts because I had dairy one time before a long hike, and I thought I'd be kind to run up in front of everybody. But then they're like walking through it, like, what the?
You gotta go.
I was
behind.
Is that what
Oh.
happened to that section of the Appalachian Trail? Like, I thought it was some sort of like a wormwood or like a worm that ate those trees, but I guess not.
Butter Bar single-handedly.
It was Butter
Right,
Farts.
Totally ruined the Appalachian Trail, just in a section though. It was
It's
just
just
one
a
section.
small second. They call it Butter Farts.
Go. You have other nicknames.
Yeah.
Yeah.
call me Butter Farts. Sorry.
Oh, so he's singing today. Okay. You can't, but John can.
Yes.
So a metal band called Butter Farts,
No.
lead singer John Strand.
Yes.
That's what I was. aiming for.
No, you do not need to register again for today's session. You should have gotten an email with all 4 links.
Yes.
Yes.
All for links.
Will you share the Discord stuff and webinar? Because we like to chat over in Discord because it's just more fun. And John, I
Sometimes
think
I
it's the
get
only
in there.
instructor that can like keep up with the gifts and all of the stuff. It's just
It's,
amazing.
it's a thing.
It
I
is.
personally think it's magic.
It is. It is.
I can't sign.
Well, a long time ago, before Discord, people would talk to us, but they couldn't talk to each other. And so we'd get like 900 messages of people going like, right on, that makes sense. Fantastic.
Right on.
Quick question. And we're like, oh,
We call
Yeah.
those the dark times.
yeah.
Yeah.
We're at the before times.
Nothing like 900 questions and comments in 60 minutes. Like,
That was the platform we no longer talk about, right?
that is correct.
correct.
Yes.
I'm at
We
Mulligan's.
Yes.
In the before times.
In the before times. I don't remember a lot about the before times. We've
Yeah.
talked a lot.
I wasn't
think.
here. Well, I mean, I was here kind of in the transitionary
Mhm.
time.
Mhm.
Well, it's like when you onboard a new person and it's hard to explain. Things were real rough a long time ago, but things have
Yeah.
gotten better and so much better now.
Cause you don't want to
I-
scare him. You want him to stay.
Yeah.
And then they look around and go like, this is better. And
This
you're like,
is so
oh,
much better.
oh, yes,
Yeah.
you spoiled son of a.
I know,
No
you have
idea.
no idea what we went through.
It broke us.
Yeah.
Real broke.
We're a startup company, a nonstop startup company.
Yeah.
A startup company since 2008.
I still feel like I'm the new person and I've been here like 2 years. I still feel like one of the new people.
Ah,
Well, that's
Wait,
because of that
you've only-
youthful glow that you have.
Yes.
Jason
It's
You've only been
really
here for
nice.
2 years?
Almost, yeah.
How long have I been
Years.
here?
I think it was November 2021 that you showed up, Megan.
You showed up with your youthful glow.
So nice that you
Making the rest of
remember
us look
that.
dirty.
I'll never forget my first meeting. Like they sent out the welcome everybody, and like it was the business call that day. And
Mhm.
the first thing they said, like somebody said in the business call, they were like, can you stop sending out those spam emails about new people starting? And I was like, like, trying to
now we
back
do it.
away.
Now we do it all the time.
I
All the
know.
time. Well, we stopped
They
doing his
only
birthday
complained
thing.
about
automated.
mine.
And I hate it so much because there's people like, who is this person? What are
Yeah.
they doing here? What is their job? I'm like, I don't know. Answer to any of them.
They got onboarded,
John told me to
so
show
it
up.
must
We're
be
just gonna-
legit.
We're gonna try to slide that intern in under the radar, but no.
We hired this person without John's approval. Let's see if we could sneak it in. Nope.
Let's see if they notice.
No, John will notice.
Erica will notice. Let's be
Yes.
fair.
There.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's
they're,
true.
you know, the team aspect of
Yeah.
that.
Erica's the adult
there's
here.
no sneaking up in these parts.
That's cool. My wife's the adult too, not me. So
Mhm.
See, I have no regulation. Zero. I am non-regulated. I'm non-sanctioned. I have no rules. It's great.
Hmm.
Love it.
What's that like?
It's pretty
Yeah.
amazing.
nice?
You know, it is like, it is really like not having to take anybody else's opinions into consideration is mwah,
Mhm.
chef's kiss.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's nice. I like that.
Yeah.
Well, I remember when I was going through, some marriage issues because I've been married for a long time, and like you have to not talk to your divorced friends that are super happy because they're like,
Yeah.
"Oh, come over to this
Yeah.
side, and it's
Yeah.
great." You're like,
Come over to the dark side.
The joy on that guy's face.
Yeah.
He's sleeping so well at
What?
night.
You can just pick up and leave and go to a movie by yourself? What? You don't have to like you can watch the next episode of that series. Yep. Yep, all day.
I started doing that actually just on my own.
Yeah.
And it's fine. You can.
Yeah.
But see, my
You know,
wife
it's
and I,
crazy.
Do whatever you want.
we
It's
have
crazy.
different shows that we watch. So
Yeah.
Okay.
A
so,
crazy
I
series that I
definitely-
just recently started is The Handmaid's Tale. Wow.
well, that was
Wow.
good.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Wow.
oh.
Yes, that was
Don't.
that is
what are you
nuts.
doing? Don't ruin it for her.
I don't know if we want to have that discussion.
Yeah,
on
we
the,
won't. We won't
Christmas.
discuss it. I'm just saying it's
No.
naughty.
Gonna get so dark.
I know
does.
it's pretty dark already. So
Yeah, it doesn't get lighter.
yeah,
Speaking of dark,
Yeah.
I put in 13 seasons of Grey's Anatomy, and all of a
Oh.
sudden I go on a trip and I come back and she finished like the next season without me, and I was like, "Whoa!" And she's like, "Well, I didn't know you were interested." And I was like, 13 seasons.
yeah.
I am
You
completely
definitely that was
invested.
a commitment. She should
You
have.
watched
She
it,
should
right?
have understood
did.
your commitment.
For those of you
Yeah,
who
so
have
she
never
was
seen the
perfect.
show, plug your ears.
Grey's Anatomy.
Yeah, George killed
Wow.
it for me. That's when I stopped.
George. I don't think I watched.
I
Far
haven't
enough.
watched Grey
Uh,
George.
it was like super early.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah,
this was
so-
like season 3 or something.
Yeah, that's when I
And
stopped.
Jason, the Jasons are the Grey's Anatomy fanatics.
that is
My
odd.
my wife loves the show. I
Yeah,
was
sure.
watching it with her.
Sure. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like,
Using that old excuse, Sereno.
I really, really love my one.
I've never
Well,
seen
yeah.
a single episode. Never once.
I think I've seen like
Don't.
maybe two, but it's like me.
13 seasons.
13.
That's a lot.
it's up to like 16 or 17 or something.
No, that's
Yeah.
too
The,
much
the
commitment.
COVID season was like, I'm kind of living this right now. I don't know if I want to.
This is too
Yeah.
Yeah, I have been enjoying Marvelous Miss Maisel. She's
Oh, yeah.
fantastic. She's
Yeah.
great.
Did anyone watch White Lotus?
Oh
No.
yeah, White Lotus every single week as soon as it came out. Like
Yeah.
as soon as it was available, I was watching the next episode.
That was a good, that's a kooky one too, but it was good. I liked that.
It's a slow burn, like the first
Yes.
6 episodes, you're like, I don't know what I'm watching. And then you're like, oh my, this is so
Is
good.
it worth it?
Yes.
'Cause people are like, you gotta get to season 3 and it's awesome.
No, no, it's-
Yeah,
it's
I hate,
episode.
I hate that. That's
I
not,
hate
that's
that.
not a selling point. If you make it
Yeah.
the first 23 episodes,
Yeah.
the ending is
Yeah.
phenomenal.
Yes. Slow burn.
I could
yeah.
not watch what is the name of that show? I can't remember it now.
Cause you can't
Walter
didn't
White.
watch it.
Walter White,
I
Oh,
don't know what that is.
Breaking Bad.
Oh.
Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I tried watching that show 6
I did
times
too.
and I could not get past the first episode.
Yeah.
I couldn't. It
The
was
first
so
episode.
boring.
Oh,
Yeah.
you just got to give it a good 2.5 seasons, and that's where it really
I-
starts.
Yeah, that's when you
I
hit the
s-
glide.
Ah.
I skipped the first
Yes,
season and I was like,
episode.
I couldn't stop.
Yeah.
Did you
The,
skip the first season?
the pay what you can
No, the
training.
first
It's great.
episode.
You just got to give it 3 days, and
Yes.
then that last day, it all just
Fourth
comes
day.
together.
The fourth day. we
Fourth
tie it all
day, the
together.
last 30 minutes is really.
Yeah, the
scary.
last
Pretty
the last
fantastic,
27
actually.
seconds is-
Yeah.
Has
I think
anybody
the
wife
only-
watched?
is-
So what movies actually pulled that off? Like, growing up, The Sixth
Mhm.
Sense was a movie that literally was that type of movie when you got
Yeah.
to the end
Mhm.
and you got
Yeah.
to that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What would be some other ones that just absolutely
Mm.
were amazing right at the end? The Usual Suspects.
Ah,
Seven.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know about
Stranger Things.
seven.
7.
Seven.
Seven was not
Mm.
like, that ending was amazing. Seven was like, okay, I'm never gonna see that movie again.
Yeah.
What was the one where Louis Cipher
Louis
was
Cypher?
Satan? It had Lisa Bonet in it. It was really kooky.
Like the name of the character was Louis Cipher.
Yeah.
Is that
In-
the Keanu Reeves was in it?
No,
The-
it's
no.
Lisa Bonet was
Kinda
in
like-
it.
It's kind of like Battlefield Earth, where the main character is Johnny Goodboy Tyler. Like, and I remember when I bought a copy of Battlefield Earth because I was reading about it and people were like, "Oh my God, it's L. Ron Hubbard and he's gonna brainwash you." I bought it, right?
Angel
And I'm
Heart.
at the bookstore, and the lady that's at the bookstore is like, "You got to be careful. This book will brainwash you." I got halfway through the second page, and I'm like, "There's no effing way this book is going to brainwash me at all." Like, he is not that smart, and he is not that good of an author. And so I'd like to introduce you all to Scientology.
That's the day 2. Pay what you can. Oh,
Yeah.
you guys fell for it. Big time.
It starts out free, and then
Yes.
we have these levels that you have to pay for.
Yes,
So-
Batman will. It was Angel Heart. That was the movie. Yes.
Yeah. Angel Heart. I remember that one.
Yes.
Oh God, I forgot about that movie. How did I
Yes.
forget about that movie?
Yes.
The Angel
Oh.
Heart.
Angel Heart. No.
I've never seen
Yes.
Angel Heart.
Still haven't
It's
seen Angel Black.
You're not missing much.
It's spooky.
So
Spooky.
My wife
Cool.
is still trying to get me to watch Bridgerton with her.
Oh,
should.
I love
you
Bridgerton.
should.
Good.
You should. I
It's
watched
so
Bridgerton
good.
with Erica, and I loved it. And it's so stupid. Like at the end of the day, you watch an episode, you can go to bed, you don't think about it. It's absolutely like it's like brain bleach. You might as well be rolling in a bunch of kittens and puppies for an hour.
It's good. I really like Bridgerton. Have you watched Jury Duty?
No.
Oh my God.
Oh, you're
Are you talking
I thought
about
you
the
meant-
Polly Shore movie?
That's why I
No.
just
Are we
laughed.
back on Polly Shore again?
No, this is a show. It's like Amazon Prime. It's like Freevee or whatever, but it's about a jury that like it's a fake documentary, but only one guy doesn't know that it's a fake documentary.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
It is a
Oh.
riot.
We're gonna
So
watch that
my
between-
my youngest son has got me into Alone.
Yeah.
But it
Alone
takes
is
place out in the
fantastic.
middle of the woods,
That show's
and
amazing.
Yes.
So what I love about that show is like a lot of the Survivor shows, they don't spend a lot of time describing and talking about what people do. It's like cooking
Yeah.
shows.
Mhm.
It's
Mhm.
like, here's this amazing thing that they just did. It's like, I
Yeah.
really, really, really like to have like, tell me how to make it, put it together.
Mhm.
Alone, they go through and they talk about the techniques, how they're doing it, why, and
Yep.
it's so good. And I feel so bad for the people, like when they cut themselves or smash their hand with a hammer,
know.
or
Yeah.
they have to leave
Other-
because,
They don't poop for weeks. Like
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes.
Well,
Have you guys
not-
remember the guys eating a tree.
Yeah. the
what?
bark.
He's eating a tree. He's slowly like scraping off like layers of a tree and he's eating it.
And
'cause-
the facts are like, talk about the nutritional content
Yeah.
of bark.
Yeah.
uh,
So like
It's
in
actually a good
pine
idea.
forest, you can take the bark off and you can eat the pulp on the other side. You
Mhm.
can live off that, I guess, for like a couple weeks. I don't know
That
what
was a good
season
idea.
I'm on, but there's this one lady who's like a total hippie. And she's like,
Uh-huh.
"Oh, I'll be out here. It's gonna be so good." And they're like, "Tell us a little bit about yourself." I have a doctorate of biology and
Yeah.
I specifically teach people how to like what medicinal plants. And she's in it for
Yes.
like 10 days. And she's like, "I haven't fished or had any meat for 10 days. I've just been eating all the berries and the things around here
Yeah.
in the roots. I feel like it needs something more substantive." I'm like, that lady's gonna win.
Yeah.
It just, it's, yeah.
I won't spoil it for you.
I've got
Yeah.
I gotta watch it. And then the
Yeah,
other
it
guy
is.
that
It's
does
really
it
good.
professionally, it's like he's got like a shed and he's got
Yeah,
like it's like I'm waiting for him to like, yeah, and I've got my helipad landing.
yeah,
over
he's like
there.
builds a swing and like everything's so organized. Yeah.
And I made this thing
Yeah,
that
don't
starts
ruin it.
fires that you blow in it, and it's also a didgeridoo. And like the other guy is like, I'm so cold that I haven't eaten in days. Someone should have prepared a little more.
Somebody give me some moss, please.
There you
so I
go,
can
John.
All right,
suck on it.
John, it is noon.
Yeah.
I
Talk about
posted
this for hours.
real quick. I posted a Facebook post from Polly Shore in Discord.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
All right, now I'm out.
All right.
Yeah, I
Have
love
fun,
this.
John.
We all age. Celebrities or people do. I love that thing. I hate it. I hate it. The British are really bad. Like, you know, the British tabloids are like, this formerly famous person who was beautiful when they were 18 is now ugly and they're 65. It's like, well,
What's the
Of course.
alternative?
what's the what? I mean, what? Oh, their alternative, Megan, is to become vampires, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's like Gwyneth Paltrow. What's your secret? Oh, the blood of innocence. Which
Yeah,
actually,
it's bone broth, actually.
she
I'm
might have
pretty
she
sure.
might have said that. I don't know. Something about gems and where you store them. So let's go ahead and let's get started. Hey, everybody, thank you so much for coming back to day 2. And I am so sorry. We go from the pre-show banner to this. All right, so we closed out yesterday and we were talking about backdoors where they're going through and using like base64 encoding and dropping in hex characters in the middle of it. And yes, I know I'm in a completely different office. So I'm actually at our Sturgis office. Do you all want like a tour later? I can show you the hospital that we bought. There's a lot of creepy things. Should we do it now? What do you think? All right, so here we go. I'm gonna go back and my microphone is going to shift. Can you all still hear me? I need thumbs up in Zoom.
Yeah, we can still hear you. I'm sticking around for this
All right,
adventure.
here we go. All right. So we bought a hospital, or more accurately, a medical center. Turns out that this particular medical center was it was a competitor to the local regional hospital, and it's like 26,000 square feet. And it's big, like there's a lot of space. So we'll do a quick tour of it here in just a second. And I'm going to do the Care Bear belly cam and introduce you to some people who are working here. And it's kind of our new spot. Right now we have construction people putting in trim. Hey.
Hi.
Yeah. We have Brad, who's working on Linux, like hardcore hacking at the moment. Say hi to my class. Owen, he's an intern. All right, we're going to keep going. As I said, we're currently reflooring this specific area. Up there is the HVAC and the network closet where that's set up. We have these like pods that go around where we have about 30 offices per pod. And this is in Sturgis, South Dakota. We're planning on building up a number of different things in this area and trying to get some WeWork spaces in this. This is the former systems pod where we moved out of once the floors were done. Keep going. This is just a hallway and some other things, more construction. This is the main area that they're currently working on, more construction people. Hello, just showing like, the stuff that we're doing. We're going to be putting in a climbing area in here. We're going to get like a kilter board and some climbing stuff over there, and then some exercise equipment. Over here, this is where we're going to put the coffee shop area. No one's up on the scaffolding. I'll just cut through. Ugh. 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 Yeah, there we go. All right, more.
Well, he's still walking around.
6, 7, 8 doors in this room, and that is our door lab.
You're somehow muted now, John.
Yeah, so he's muted. And okay.
There we go. Now we're back.
Yep.
All right. This is the parking lot, Jason, I was talking about. So we're going to set this up with a mechanical bull and food and all kinds of stuff during the rally, and just tons of office space. Like there's all these different offices. One of the things that's really cool about buying a hospital is a number of your offices have like drains in the floor, you know, to collect pen tester tears. All right. Keep going around. We have a full radiology room where they had X-ray scanners, things like that. That's this room right here. We're probably going to do, I don't even think the light's working here anymore. But in this dark room that you can't see anything, that's where the X-ray machine was. And it's all lead lined, which is great if you're going to do SDR hacking and doing some stuff like that. In this area, this is Justin, who does all the shipping. He's hiding. My dog is, oh God, get him in here. Sorry. This is shipping. So we have the Spearfish General Store. We can get you some links. So this is where the magic happens, where we pack up all of the different cards for backdoors and breaches. We have t-shirts, all these awesome shirts, you know, malware finds the way, and threat hunter t-shirts, Black Hills Information Security long sleeve shirts. My dog, who's a bad dog, who found the automatic door and went outside.
They just leave it open.
I'm going to take him into the office with me. Come on, Tahoe, let's go. Just more office space, just so much office space, you guys, crazy. Right here is just storage for all of our zines. So these are our threat hunter zines, all kinds of cool network threat hunting stuff. And we have cards, more offices, more storage over here. I don't know if these are zines or cards. These are expansions of backdoors and breaches. Tahoe, come over here. Hello, say hi, show my class around. This is where all the AV stuff is for Wild West Hacking Fest and other conferences. So we just got back from a con and we're getting ready to go to another con, do video editing and things like that. And now we're finally back to the main office area where construction is happening. And that is the tour of the office space that we have in Sturgis, South Dakota. So yeah, we're pretty excited about all of it because we were paying rent on a building and the rent was fairly expensive because it was commercial property. Here we go. Let's see, come back here. Now we should be back to the good audio. Let me go back to, there we go. Now we should have good audio and everything. So
Yep.
that is what we have. And we don't have a bar. I don't have a bar here yet. I didn't even show you the examination rooms. We have rooms with the great big huge round lights that they shine down in your head or on a wound, any of those things. So yeah, that's the tour. I didn't even take you upstairs to the monster HVAC systems that are up there as well. So there you have it. Right. So let's go back to screen sharing. Like so. And you should. I'm gonna
Yep,
take
We
this.
gotcha.
Sorry, I've got to reset my cameras and my video feeds and everything. So that's BHIS. Most of what's actually stored here are systems administrators, accounting, and also our SOC staff, because we have our own SOC staff. Was there a bullet hole? Yes, there was a bullet hole in one of the windows. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is Sturgis, South Dakota. Don't worry, not that big of a deal. Things like that happen. So that's it. Yes, and forensics labs and things like that will be here as well. All right, so let's keep going. So we closed out the last lab and we were talking about how there's so many ways that an attacker can bypass traditional signature-based detection in an environment, especially for that egress traffic. And that's why we created AC Hunter, right? That's why we created AC Hunter because, oh crap, my dog, hold on. Talo, come on, bud. No, come on in. No, come on. Go see, you can hang out with me, dude. Yeah. That way you don't try to escape and run around in the parking lot. So just chill. It's okay, man. All right. So we really want to find non-standard ways that we can actually detect that, with standard ways being standard frequency, or sorry, standard signature detection of, looking for specific strings of evil in an environment, right? So that's why we went through that entire thing. And it's also really, really super cool that that is incorporated into the MITRE Engage framework, because once again, it requires you to be engaged. And one of the reasons why it has to be engaged is because when you're going through and baselining a network, whether you're baselining user entity behavioral analytics, or you're trying to baseline network traffic and network anomalies, you're going to run into situations where there is legitimate beaconing that is leaving your environment. Yep, Spearfish General Store is right there. So you're going to have some legitimate beacons in an environment, and you would have to go through and filter those things out. And that kind of gets to one of the main problems of a standard passive-based defensive approach in computer security, where you're spending all of your time relying on signatures to automatically find evil. A tremendous number of people are far too lazy, right? They just expect their product to magically tell them whether or not they have been hacked, whether there's been a compromise. And if there's any tuning that has to be done on their software, they get bent out of shape and they get really, really super frustrated about the fact that they have to do any tuning, because they believe in their head it should be relatively easy to identify evil in an organization, when in fact, it requires a very engaged defensive approach to be able to find evil as well. So I want to recap the whole idea that we covered yesterday of poison and venom. Could I repeat when I do the AC Hunter course? Absolutely. You could absolutely retake that course, that one as well. Excuse me. All right. So when we're looking at poison versus venom, poison is something the attacker has to interact with, right? Poison is something that an attacker, give me a link, discount code for what? AC Hunter course. So for the shirt. Yeah, we lose money on our shirts. Like, so think of it this way. A shirt is like $10 to make, and you buy them in bulk, they get cheaper, of course, but we also pay shipping on all of this. So we don't make a lot of, we lose our shirts on our shirts. So it's there. I can't give too much more of a discount on it. So I apologize for that on that as well. Were you still doing a webinar for Community Edition? It's actually going to be next week for AC Hunter for the webcast, but I might put the slides together and then we can go through it as well. So let's go through it. All right. So with poison, it requires an attacker to interact with something, right? It requires an attacker to break into your environment and get something and take it back to their computer system. That's what we're trying to work with. We're trying to work with poison, right? Venom is something that is injected, where an attacker or a snake or something strikes out directly against something else. So the idea of strike back would be going through and running a port scan, identifying services on a hacker's computer system, and then actively attacking that attacker's computer system. We don't sell strike back. We don't sell the idea of venom and striking at different attackers' computer systems because of a variety of reasons, none the least of which is it's illegal and we really do not want to go to prison. What we want to do is create something where the attacker has to interact with something that we have created. It could be a Word document, a Java app, a web page, a honeyport, or a full honeypot. Now, the Java app, I think, is interesting. We had a Java app that we created that would launch VNC, and it would actually gain access to the attacker's computer system in the process of doing that. And there was a number of people that were like, why would an attack? This is old. Why would you run this? This is old. That's the freaking point. So if you're running old versions of doc files that are not docx files, if you're running old versions of Java applets and you're actually putting deception and tracking capabilities into them, that's good squishy. That's a great thing. And the reason why it's a great thing is old stuff that's out of date is what an attacker is looking for. So if you have functionality that exists in like an old version of doc files, yeah, use that. The attacker will take advantage of it as well. So we can utilize these old technologies because those are absolutely what attackers were going to go for. All right, so let's go through this. Let's talk about obfuscation and annoyance. So I like to break this up in a variety of different ways. One of them is AAA, where AAA is annoyance, attribution, and attack. How can we effectively annoy an attacker to increase the amount of work effort that the attacker has to go through to successfully break into a computer system, right? And in annoying that attacker to spend more time trying to break into another computer system that is a honeypot, or they're trying to interact with a service that is non-existent or services that are non-existent, or we're flat out breaking the attacker's ability to successfully do a web crawl on a site. That is great, because if we go back to that detection time plus reaction time must be less than the amount of time it takes to successfully attack an environment, the more we can increase the attack time, the better off we're going to be, but only if it's coupled with detective capabilities. So let's go through some examples of some things that you can put in an environment pretty quickly. OSFuscate, DNS, and other oddities. So years ago, there was a website from a gentleman by the name of Iron Geek. And if you went to his website and you started to try to attack his website, after so many attacks, the PHP IDS system would pop up Mr. Freaking Clippy, and it would say, hello, according to PHP IDS, it looks like you're trying to pwn my website. And would you like help with that? And it would give you a link to the OWASP website. You're literally making fun of the attackers that are trying to break into your website. I love this. All right. Now, there are some people that are like, oh, dude, you should never troll the attackers, because if you troll the attackers, they might get mad and hack harder against you. If we are literally looking at cyber defense in a way that we don't want to piss off hackers by using cyber deception, then we have already lost, right? Our goal should be constantly to piss off hackers. And if the hackers get mad and then they basically start doing things like trying to bring our websites down, fine, so be it. But I don't believe that that's going to happen, all right? And I really want to explain why I don't think that that's going to happen. The main reason why I do not believe that that is something we should be concerned about is going back to the number one rules that attackers are trying to constantly avoid detection, right? Attackers are constantly trying to avoid detection. Do not get caught. And if you're psychologically, just looking at it from that perspective, if you're an attacker and you hit a website and the website rolls in and calls you a noob with Mr. Clippy, everything in your perception and your OODA loop has now changed. The first thing that has changed in your OODA loop is your assumption of the defender's overall capabilities to detect your attack. You now know for a fact that your defenders have the ability to successfully observe. You know for a fact that your ability to observe an organization is now severely diminished. Most of the time in situations, we go back to Sun Tzu, right? You don't attack. If you don't understand the capabilities of your adversary and you know that your capabilities are less than that of an adversary, you're going to move on, right? You just do not go with it, right? So you can kind of step back and be like, well, you like absolutely freak out and you could say, well, we don't want to taunt attackers, but seriously, taunt attackers. They need to know that there is some risk in what they do. Now, this is really, really, really old. This screenshot that I got is back in 2007, and I've been carrying it from presentations that I've been giving for years, but it really comes down to, oh my God, Microsoft should, you guys are turning it into the wrong thing. Peter says that Mr. Clippy is greater than ChatGPT. Clippy now equals Chat. They should literally bring back Mr. Clippy and power Mr. Clippy by ChatGPT. I think that that's what we need to have. Mr. Clippy pops up and it's like, hey, I see you're having trouble with this Excel spreadsheet and you're doing this thing. I'm just going to help you out. Would you like me to do the spreadsheet for you? Yes. Yes. Sounds like a CVE in the making, absolutely. All right, so back to the screenshot at hand. So this thing came from 2007. And this was an article that I read. It came up on Boing Boing. Boing Boing was like Reddit before Reddit was Reddit, I guess. I don't know. Maybe that's a bad way to describe Boing Boing. But somebody found this website online and they were using Built With, which is a tool that'll tell you what are the technologies that a website is built with. And it was saying that this website on the 3rd of July was running an Apache Oric Dragon. The 29th, it was running a CBM Pet. On the 26th of June, it was running a Commodore 64. Then it was running CBM Pet, then an MSX Toshiba HX10. And at one point it was running a ZX Spectrum 48K rubber keys. So what the hell was going on here? By the way, I've given you a couple of additional links on how you can do this on modern Apache systems, right? So you have How to Forge. Oh no, you can do Mr. Clippy with ChatGPT. Looks like it's already done. How to Forge and InMotion hosting, and how you can hide the version of Apache and obfuscate the version of Apache that you're actually running on your system. Sure, you loved your Spectrum, Ginger Sunny, but was your Spectrum running an Apache web server? I don't think so. I wish, right? So the point of this and how this actually works is I want you to think about how vulnerability scanners work. Right? So if I run a Nessus scan against a server, right? A Nessus scan is going to try to identify what is the operating system version and what is the version of the web client or the web server software that's running on it, just as an example. And based on that information, it's going to do pattern matching to try to identify if there's any vulnerabilities for that specific version running on that specific operating system. And if you can obfuscate the header information, let's say if your Apache version or any of the different servers that you're running, like SSH, or you're running, Apache or Nginx or any of those different things, if you can obfuscate that version, you're now lying to the vulnerability assessment scanner, which means that the attacker is going to get different results or incorrect results. So what happens is a scanner scans this Apache server. It looks at the Apache server and it's like, okay, it's running Apache and it's running it on a Cray. I got nothing. I have no exploits, no vulnerabilities for Apache running on a Cray. Right? So that fundamentally obfuscates and changes the way the attacker is able to identify the servers and services that they are scanning. Is there any chance this will lead to unintended consequences and legit communication with the server? It depends on the service. In most situations, doing something like this isn't that big of a deal. In fact, let's do this here. Let's go to this. Go through. Let's go to my desktop. Go Chrome. Go. And I'm going to go to Shodan. I'm going to log in real quick. Google. All right. And I'm going to do a search for Chuck Norris. I can't type. There we go. All right. So if I do a Shodan search for Chuck Norris, it comes back and we have a number of different, I got a question. If I zoom in, do you guys see it in Zoom? Do you see it zoom in Zoom or not? Nope. Doesn't look like it works. Crap. All right. So I can do this. Let me like enhance. There we go. So these are Nginx servers, or Nginx, or however people pronounce it these days. And you can see that it says the server name is Chuck Norris fears nothing that is not Emily. Chuck Norris fears nothing that is not Emily. So these little Chuck Norris jokes. This one is protected by Chuck Norris. So people have kind of messed with this a little bit. So it depends, is what I'm basically going to say. In most situations, it's not going to be a problem, but you would want to test it before you actually did anything like running this in a major production server as well. No, so somebody was talking about, here's how you zoom. I know how to zoom in Mac. I do the Option, Command, plus and minus. I don't use the wheels. It's not an issue. So like right now on my screen, I've zoomed in on my cursor to the point where it's massive. Zoom doesn't recognize zooming in a Mac. Actually, it doesn't recognize it on a Windows computer system as well. But if I were to go into here, if I were to do it in here, it would zoom. So this is an RDP session, and now you can see it zooming. At least you should be able to see it zooming. You all see it zoom? Yeah. So if you do it over RDP or you do it inside of a virtual machine, it works. But your main host that Zoom is running on, it doesn't work so well. All right. Another thing that you can do is Honey DNS. So if you look once again at Shodan right here, I can actually do specific searches on nets. So I can do like net : and then I can do 8.8.8.0/24 for CIDR notation. I need another point there, and we do a search. And I can search on a subnet all the different information that I can get for that network range, which is in this situation, it's like 255 possible IP addresses. Usable is probably closer to 222 in this particular situation on that as well. Question is, what if I use a honeypot web server running on production web servers? Version is to catch attackers in the particular software and version. And in that situation, what you would do is you would set up a dedicated honeypot server that would emulate that version with those vulnerabilities. You wouldn't be trying to catch the attacker breaking into your real server in that scenario. So, all right. So that's we can look at network ranges. So this is where Honey DNS comes in. Many organizations have a lot of unused IP address space. Some organizations may have something in the realm of like, I don't know, like thousands of IP addresses that they are not using, right? So what we can do is we can utilize that unused IP address space, and we can do it in a couple of different ways. One of the ways that you can do it is you can have every unused IP address basically get rerouted to a system, or sorry, not unused IP address, unused, well, you can do IP addresses too for reverse lookups, but you can have a reroute the traffic to a honeypot system, or don't. It doesn't really matter. The reason why is because if you put records in your DNS server, let's say my IP address range is like, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, and I'm really only using like web dot whatever company it is that I'm running, right? So we just have web, right? All of these will still resolve to an IP address. All of these will absolutely show up if somebody's trying to do a reverse lookup or trying to do DNS brute forcing to identify the subdomains in an environment. None of the systems are real. So if you have a bunch of systems like Cracked, Farked, Bill, James, Kim, John, VPN, Paul.com, whatever those things are, if you have all of these and they all exist as DNS entries, if anybody ever tries to resolve them, you know that somebody is up to shenanigans. Somebody is trying to do something that they should not be doing against your web infrastructure in your environment. This becomes an early tripwire. Also, attackers, if they don't ping the system, they may try to switch to a TCP ping, like with P minus P capital T on Nmap. What they're trying to do is start going through and trying to find it, or they're going to not ping, like capital P minus N, or minus capital P N for don't ping. Remember, whenever Nmap scans, it sends 3 different types of pings, or 4. 4. It does an ICMP, like echo request, does a time request, does a TCP SYN P, a TCP ACK P. So it does 4 different types of pinging to identify if a system is in fact alive. Okay. So them doing this, trying to go through and gain access to systems that are non-existent is now wasting their time. And in wasting their time, if you have proper alerting around them wasting their time, it increases your detective capabilities in the environment. So there's a quote from Bruce Schneier: security through obscurity is no security at all. And I have another quote: Bruce Schneier's full of crap. No, Bruce Schneier's great. He's done a lot of good things. Just I've had a couple of arguments with Bruce Schneier over the years. One involved cross-site scripting, cross-site request forgery, and whether or not they were the same thing, but I'm going to let it go. But at any rate, he's got this quote: security through obscurity is no security at all. And specifically, he's talking about code security. If you're trying to go through, no, they are not the same. Cross-site request forgery executes code on the server. Cross-site scripting executes code within the context of the browser. If you're launching a cross-site scripting attack, you're enticing the user to dump your cookies or your session identifiers to another computer system, i.e. the attacker's computer system. If you're dealing with cross-site request forgery, you're dealing with the attacker to entice them to actually do something like do account transfer balances on a web server. Oh my God, I'm cisping out. Oh, geez, it happened again. Sorry. My bad. I'm doing better. I'll get there, y'all. I will. Thank you so much for this map. I do appreciate it. Yeah, to be fair, you did ask an academic thing. All right. So Bruce Schneier's security through obscurity is no security at all. It's something I vehemently disagree with. I agree with in the context of code security. If you're trying to secure code by hiding it, yeah, the attackers are going to burn you. But if you're using deception and you're using security through obscurity and you're utilizing a bunch of non-used IP addresses in this manner, it rocks. Only if, however, you have successfully implemented alerting. If your DNS, if there's any DNS resolution for these particular systems that they're looking for, then you would generate an alert. Otherwise, if it's just obscurity for the sake of obscurity, it's going to take the attacker longer, but they're still going to get in. So you always have to have this this annoyance and deception technology coupled with alerting capabilities as well. So a kind of a funny story about this. Years ago, when I first started getting into cyber deception and working through this, I was giving presentations at like SANS conferences at night. And one of the other SANS instructors asked permission to come in and sit in on my presentation because he disagreed with me on something. And that's the polite thing. That's kind of the way we rolled at SANS for instructors. If you were going to show up to someone's presentation, you could always come to someone's presentation. It was always open. But if you were going to be controversial and you were going to argue with that particular instructor, you always got permission to do so first. And I'm like, fine. So he shows up whenever I'm talking about this as a technique, and he said, I've got a counter argument for you. And his argument was, he said, I'm a pen tester. If you hire me to do a network penetration test and I'm wading through a bunch of deception, the overall value in your penetration test is going to be lower because I'm going to find fewer vulnerabilities. Do you want me wasting your time and your money in order to identify and differentiate what's deception and what's not deception, or do you want me to find the vulnerabilities? And I responded, so let me get this straight. You're going to ask the customers to decrease their overall security so that you can properly assess their security. Do you see how there's a problem with that? Where, like Tom just said, that's the point. And this was back in the early days of pen testing. It was all about finding vulnerabilities, when instead, one of the ways that we look at vulnerabilities now is we're really trying to exercise and test and make sure that the blue team can successfully detect what we are doing in addition to us just hacking in. So you can work with your pen testers and you could say, here's where all of the deception technology is, be careful. You could also choose not to, but whatever it is that you choose to do, let your testing company know, usually in scoping, so they can scope it appropriately as well. So, all right, so let's talk about evil web servers and we get to the first lab of the day. I want to talk a little bit about automated web crawling. Right? So if I was to do an automated web crawl on a web server with something like, let's go over here. Oops. If I were to go to Zap Z-attack proxy, which my VM, my RDP session is not happy. Let's go ahead and open it. There you go, Windows 11. You got this, Windows 11. You have the ability with Z-attack proxy to actually crawl a website, right? So you can actually crawl that website and try to identify all the vulnerabilities of that particular website. And the way that this works is the web application proxy tool will go through and it'll identify all the different links and try to enumerate them. So if I were to go through, Acunetics has some really great, has some really great websites here. Oh, there it is, home of Acunetics Art. If I were to go here and I were to copy this, waiting for Zap to start, I can actually put in this URL and Z-attack proxy will go through and attempt to enumerate all of the different links on this particular website. All right, so let me go ahead and make this bigger. I think I'm gonna have to drop off my VPN here during the next break. So I can go through and I can select automated scan. Still updating. There we go. So the question was, I don't think I've ever seen anyone use Zap over Burp. Remember, I can give you free copies of Z-attack proxy, which includes vulnerability assessment scanning capabilities. And I can't do that with Burp. It doesn't have that. How can I implement all this and play with it at home? Just get like an, get like a DigitalOcean instance or get port forwarding on your firewall at home, whatever it is you can do, you can actually set that up. So what it does is it crawls the actual website. So I can go through and I can like scan and crawl websites if I configure my browser to go through it. So Z-attack proxy is one tool that we use, and you can use it to crawl websites. All right. So when you're looking at that, like take the attacker methodology. Let's say we go to, let's go to OWASP pen testing methodology, okay? If we look at the OWASP pen testing methodology, like how does somebody go through and attack a web server, right? I can go to the guide, right? And these are all the versions and the releases. Let's go to the latest. There we go. Testing techniques explained, all of these different things. And in here, they're going to talk about like automated scanning, right? You know, crawling. Find any of these different things. Maybe information gathering is what it is. Here we go. So with information gathering, what we're doing is we're trying to identify the version of the web server, which we just showed you. We can modify Apache's headers so it lies to you, right? Conduct a review of web server meta files. We can talk about that a little bit later when we get to canary tokens. Enumerate applications, review, map execution paths, and then map the application architecture. When the attacker is going through, oh, it's awesome. When the attacker is going through and crawling a web server, they're attempting to enumerate all of the different URLs and input fields on that web server. Now, a little bit of background information, a little bit of inside baseball. A lot of web pen testers, when they do this, it takes a really long time, like a really long time for a medium to large web server to thoroughly enumerate all the different input fields and pages on that web server. So what we can do is we can spool up something that will create an infinite number of web directories for the attacker to try to find on that as well. So we're going to do this, right? So what you would do is you would set up, we're going to run a tool called Spidertrap, right? And the way Spidertrap works is it runs and it constantly spins up new URLs. So let's go over here. Let's go to the instructions. So we're going to do the Spidertrap lab here. Spidertrap, Spidertrap. All right, a lot of companies, bug bounty sites don't allow for automated tools, which I feel like is missing out on a lot of attacks. And that's absolutely true. Why would they do that? The reason why they're doing that is because they want to say that they're supporting bug bounty programs, but they really don't want those bug bounty programs to find anything. That's number one. Number two, they're really concerned about potential DOS conditions of somebody crawling a website or thousands of bug bounty people crawling their website. In all honesty, you can shut them down with this technique, or the other thing you can do is respond slower. And I can talk about that more when we get back from the break. So what you're going to do with Spider Trap is you're going to run it on your local system, right? We're going to run Spider Trap. You're going to CD into the opt Spider Trap directory. You're going to first get your IP address. You're going to CD into the opt Spider Trap directory. You're going to start it. And then you're going to browse to your Linux IP address from your Windows computer system on port 8000, right? So you can see that port 8000. Once you're on that website, you're going to see that it's going to serve up randomly named directories. And if you click it, it gives you more randomly named directories. And if you click those, it gives you more randomly named directories and so on. But they're all random. So you're running this inside of the VM, Jordan. So all of this is inside of the VM. This VM that I'm running now is the Windows 11 version of the VM that I'm working on building to release to the public. So it's me trialing it right here. I'm giving it a shot because why not test things in production? I don't usually test my code, but when I do, I prefer to do it in production. Stay thirsty, my friends. All right. So what we're going to do is we're then going to change it to where, so the question is, how do I have a bash shell? Something called Windows Subsystem for Linux 2. You have it on your system. So you've got it. All right, then we're going to feed it, we're going to kill it, and then we're going to run Python 3 Spider Trap py, and then we're going to feed it a directory of files at that point. We're going to feed it a directory of files. So if I go to that directory, this is the part where I'm like, I don't know, does the new VM that I have those? Yes, it does. All right, so we got directory list big. So if we look at this, what is this file? Directory list. So these are commonly seen directories in web servers. All right. So we see like directories with numbers, we see page, we see terms, we see legal, and Dirbuster is a tool that has like commonly seen directory names. So now instead of serving up randomized directory names, we're now showing up actual names of real directories that web crawlers would expect to see as well. Then we're going to do it with wget spider on this. So this will take us up to and through the break, everybody. So let's go ahead. Let's take about 15 minutes for the lab, 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10 after the hour.
Sorry, I'm late coming back, guys. I had to take the dogs out to go to the bathroom.
Think we were coming back. I think Deb and Jason are in meetings.
I think so.
And
I've
Josh-
got two little Pika Palms. One's white, one's black. And they're brothers. They're from the same
Mother-
parents. No, they're from the same parents, but they're not from the same litter. So yeah, the white one is yes, I will try to get them on. Right now they're upstairs sleeping with my wife. She's home sick today. So they're up there snuggling her up. But I'll try to get them on camera tomorrow morning before class comes on. But yes, the black one is he's a pain in the butt. That's my wife's dog, so he doesn't listen to me very good. The white one is my dog. And the white one, his name is Moose. And I tried to get the black one to be named Squirrel for Moose and Squirrel. But nope, she decided to go with Fitz. Yes.
And he'll throw a he'll throw a fit every time you try and tell him to do.
So I bought this.
Oh,
is-
the shot collar.
Yeah, I got a combo pack. It was 2 shot collars and 1 remote. And now, before anybody gets upset, I don't use the shock feature. I
Just
do
beep,
only
beep.
just the beep and the vibrate. That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
And because I tested the shot collar out on myself before I put it on them to see like how bad it was. And I was like, no. We
Yeah.
will not use the shock collar. We will not use the shock portion of it unless we absolutely have to. But they're good anyway. They don't ever leave the yard. There can be
Yeah.
dogs walking on the sidewalk right next to our yard, and they will just
Well,
sit there and watch them. They,
I mean, they're not really dogs. They're more like cats. Let's just be honest. It looks like everybody's helping each other in Discord, which is awesome with the Spider Trap Lab. So that's great. I used the shock function on myself accidentally on. I threw it across the room. Day, I don't think a cat, I think it can go the other way. Dogs can be cats, but cats will just never do anything that you ask them to do ever. So,
no. Cats are like human overlords.
yes, they will do whatever they feel like doing at the time that they feel like doing it. Oh, ultrasonic. You see that?
Yes. So I don't, everybody's going to be like, yeah, right. But my dogs don't bark.
Yeah. My dogs do. They're completely terrible and horrible. They bark at literally everything. And they just recently built a house next door to me, which used to be an empty lot. And they have a gravel driveway and I have a gravel driveway. So now every time someone pulls in the other driveway, they think someone's here and they lose their minds. But I have a basset hound and a miniature dachshund, but he's not so miniature. He's a little on the chunky side. Oh, Andrea's pups. They're so cute.
So my dog Moose, I used to take him everywhere with me when we first got him because I didn't like the fact of leaving a brand new puppy at home by
Yeah.
himself. And so when I would take the kids to school, I would take them with. When I would go pick up the kids, I would take them with. Well, I stopped one day at the gas station because my wife wanted she wanted a Dr. Pepper for her lunch. So I stopped at the gas station and left Moose in my Jeep to go in to get a Dr. Pepper, and he pooped in my seat. So they get left at home now. Yes.
Security shrimp. I'll have to look into that. It makes the dog nose blind. What about? I don't know if it's necessarily them smelling. So I think it's the hearing thing. Maybe I need to get them little doggy noise canceling AirPods.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
a Dr. Pooper. That was a good one.
I'm thinking about, I'm trying to get an actual new webcam for work, because when I see myself on the big screen with the one I'm using right now, it looks kind of
Disturbing.
poopy.
It's
It looks
disturbing.
kind of,
I
yeah.
think your resolution comes through really good.
But
We were
if I do, I'm
discussing
gonna set,
dogs.
yeah.
We left TV shows and we went into dogs. We didn't know if you wanted us to come back, so we came back.
Somehow we got onto puppies today. Whenever
Yes, it was your dog because your dog decided to go out.
I should try to, Loy Owens, notice that you're copying the command prompt. So you're in the opt spider trap directory, and then you're copying the entire opt spider trap directory and then running Python 3. That opt, you're already in that directory, so you don't need to do that. All right. So
We'll
let's
let you get back to it.
rolling. Yeah, so let's go ahead and let's get rolling. Should be able to see my screen. So I'm going to
Yep.
start at the very beginning, since I'm in the spider trap directory. I'm going to do Python 3 spider trap py. Before I do that, I'm going to get my IP address. So I'm going to go ahead and run ifconfig. There we go. So that's my Linux IP address. And I am going to run, hold on, keyboard switching. There we go. Oh, that's weird. All of my keyboard bindings are weird on this, so we'll just do that. Come on. I guess we'll just get a new terminal. There we go. And then we'll cd and opt spider trap. And then I'm going to paste in the command to start spider trap. And I completely forgot my IP address already. So I'm going to split my tab. Go ifconfig. There we go. So this is my IP address and I need to connect on port 8000, right? So if I do this, go here and I connect on port 8000. 8, 1, 2, 3. So you'll be able to see spider trap open up here in a second, hopefully. There we are. All right. So notice that whenever spider trap runs, it generates random URLs, right? So if I were to click on any of these URLs, it would just open up additional random URLs for me, and it would just keep doing this again and again and again until the end of time. Now, this alone will actually break a lot of web crawlers. If we're going back to the OWASP pen testing methodology, the OWASP pen testing methodology is basically that we go through and we try to enumerate all of the pages, all of the directories, and all of the input fields. And what we're trying to do is break that. But the problem is it's random, right? And when you're going through this and you're clicking the random links, there are actual web application crawlers out there today that will be able to detect automated, well, they will be able to detect, when someone is serving up randomly named URLs. And yes, they are generated when you click. It generates when you click. So now we're going to run it a little bit differently. Okay. So what we're going to do here is we're now going to feed it in a directory list of well-known directories for web servers. So instead of it actually just serving up random URLs and random different names, you can see it is now switched to the point where now we have actual named directories. So it says trouble, ES, win. We have these numbered directories. Top 100 Messianic, Debian installer directories, News Friend, De La Soul, Fox Sent, Consumer Information, Nokia, N73, Icon, whatever. So now it's actually serving up random directories from the dir buster list, which funny enough is actually what a lot of automated web directory detection uses, right? So it uses that. So let me show you what this actually does to an attacker's computer system, because I think when you're looking at it, you're thinking of it, well, they're just going to click and they're going to keep going. No, that's not what I expect them to do. What they're going to do is they're going to use an automated crawler. And with that automated crawler, they use something like wget. And wget is a tool that is set up where it'll automatically keep crawling the different links until it's exhausted all the different links. So I'm going to go ahead and run this, password of ADHD, and now it's just going. Look at it go. So let's talk about what's going on in the back end for the attacker's computer system. You see, when the attacker is trying to enumerate all of these different files and directories, it's basically creating a master index list of all the directories in the input fields that it has discovered through the process of crawling this particular web server. And when it does that, it's going to go through and it's going to either load those into a directory on a system. Yeah, there's some naughty names in that. I didn't create that file. Or it's going to load it into memory. In either one of those situations, you're going to exhaust the resources on the attacker's computer system. It will not exhaust SpiderTrap. SpiderTrap will just keep giving you again and again and again all of these different directories again and again and again and again and again. And meanwhile, the attacker system will keep crawling in perpetuity, or until one of two things happens. Either A, it will completely exhaust the memory on the computer system, and it'll cause the application or the entire operating system to crash. Or the other thing that it's going to do, like what's happening in this situation, is it's going to write all of the different directories that it discovers into a directory and file listing on the local system. You see, while I ran this, you can see it created a directory called 127.0.0.1, port 8000. It created a local copy of every one of those directories. And if I would have allowed it to run long enough, it would have exhausted the hard drive space on my attacker's computer system and caused it to crash. And like I said, as a dirty little secret, for a lot of web assessments, a number of web testers, whether they're malicious hackers or legitimate web pen testers, will simply allow this type of thing to run, and then they'll go to bed. Unfortunately for the attacker, when they wake up the next morning, their computer system is completely bricked. Either the hard drive is completely filled up or the memory was exhausted and they come back to a blue screen. So if we compare this back to the whole idea of detection time plus reaction time must be less than the amount of time it takes for an attacker to successfully break into your system, we've now increased the attack time for the attacker by quite a lot, especially if we actually crashed their computer system in the process of doing so. But we've also detected their ability to observe in the OODA loop. Remember, in an OODA loop, you do observe, orient, decide, and act. And in this situation, the attacker can't even successfully observe the web directories on your system. Now, of course, you're going to have people that'll say, well, if I was hacking that website, I tell you what I'd do. I'd start crawling all those URLs by hand. Good. We have one. Yep, you have one. That's a nice toy. Oh my God, that's a nice toy. That just drips with sarcasm. How does it work in production? It absolutely rocks. One of the things you can do is put hidden input fields on your various web pages that point to wherever SpiderTrap exists. It doesn't actually save it out to a file. SpiderTrap intentionally does not do that because SpiderTrap isn't going to do that. It just doesn't. And there are also a number of different software packages that are out there that exist that you can add this functionality to your web servers. So you can actually add it, or you can actually code it as well. So what you do is set up a hidden input field, or the other thing you could do is make a robots.txt entry where you can say no index, no follow, disallow these certain directories. And if anybody actually tries to go to those directories, you can get an alert, but you can also have those different directories redirecting to a spider trap instance. So an example, let's say hypothetically, I was to go to, let's say, sans.org like this. And if I were to go into that and I were to do robots.txt like this, they have all of these different things. Now, a normal user would never go to these directories. And by the way, don't ever go to these directories, because if you do go to these directories that are explicitly disallowed, Johannes Ulrich, who's one of the people that does the security at the SANS Institute and runs the Internet Storm Center, automatically blacklists you. For some of these directories, not all of them. So that's the way that you would actually set this up on production. So you would go through and you would say, we're going to point robots.txt to a directory that then points to SpiderTrap, and then SpiderTrap starts spooling up at that particular point. And your normal users would never go there. Also, your Google crawlers will never go there as well. So Googlebot, MSN bot, you don't have to worry about crashing these different things out there as well. So hopefully that answers your question. Like, how does this work on production as a nice toy? I will tell you, as a pen tester and a company that runs pen testers, it raises all kinds of holy hell on web pen testers. It just messes with it. Question is, where do the directories go? Whenever you're running SpiderTrap, it's basically just serving it from a file, but it's not saving anything locally. It's just grabbing 6 random directories from a file and giving them to the attacker. The attacker is taking those different random directories and it's actually creating a local copy on their computer system. So the only thing that's getting stored in this entire situation is the attacker is storing these directories that SpiderTrap creates locally on the system as well. So yeah, if you do the disallow, no index, no follow, Googlebot, MSN bot, and legitimate bots will not follow it on that. It just will work on them as well. So how do we want to detect SpiderTrap if they're capturing a website using tools such HTTrack? So the way that you would detect it is you would try to sidestep it. With the different tools that you would use for crawling is you would set the maximum depth of crawling to like 3. So that way it wouldn't go down an infinitely recursive directory crawl loop when you do it. It would still take a long time to exhaust, but it'll at least like tighten it up just a little bit on that as well. So there we've got the day 1 videos ready to rock and roll. So there you go. So they're over in resources and they're up and running. So hopefully that answers people's question on that as well. But will the attacker at some point fetch the whole list? Yes. And then it starts over again as subdirectories for the attacker. It'll just basically go forever and ever and ever. How do you deal with SpiderTrap when you're scoping a penetration task? Ask your customers if they're running any deception technology as well. If you're watching the scan through and you see this gibberish, wouldn't you exclude the parent directory? Sure could, but where the hell is it, KitKat? See, if you use the trick where you can say it is a hidden input field, you can pepper that hidden input field anywhere you want on your web server. So they might try to hide it, but it's not going to detect it. And also another thing to remember is, and this is really, really important, most testers don't sit there and watch while their tool is crawling. They just don't. It's painful. It's like trying to watch paint dry. So most attackers will just basically go through and just let it run until they get their output and they're done. So it's very rarely that they actually look at that stuff tightly on that as well. Yep, there you go. There's our robots.txt as well. Just saves you money if you're blacklisted from SANS. Oh, I don't know about that. So does that answer the question on this? I just really want to make sure that you kind of understand how this screws with an attacker and what it does, even if the attacker does find it. Remember, we're not trying to infinitely capture the attacker. We're just really trying to screw with the attacker and have them waste their time. And with this, you're absolutely wasting their time. The other thing you can do, as soon as somebody starts tripping SpiderTrap, you can have it generate an alert to your SOC, and then you'll know what IP address is actually doing a web crawl on your web server. And this isn't the last time that we're going to go through this. Like, we have other things. Trust me, it gets worse, right? Like, we can do the same trick on the file system of a Windows computer system using soft links that reference the directory that they're currently in. So we can create a symlink that we're in a directory called go away. And then that symlink is a directory called dir1, which points back to the go away directory. And you can basically catch an attacker that's trying to search for files on your system. We're going to deal with port spoof, where we're going to lie to an attacker about what ports are open on a computer system. It gets awesome with this as we go through. So we did Spider Trap, he ran through it, got it up and running, ran wget, and then with the directory. All right, so now we're going to spend some time, like if you're going to start setting these things up, this section is called Not Getting Shot is Important, or how to set this up at work. Now, why exactly do I have this section in this course? Well, I've taught this class for a variety of different organizations, so we don't get coached. Good, direct, straight to the point, Jordan. So years ago, I was teaching this class for a law enforcement agency, not that one, most likely not that one either, maybe your fourth guess. But we were teaching to this law enforcement agency, and I set up all of their different servers in the cloud. Just basically set up the instances, got them running in AWS. Life was good. We were fine. And we went through class. They liked the class. Their IT people were super excited about it, and nothing. For about 3 to 4 months, I was teaching mall cops, Paul Blart. These are the things you need to know. And they called me up about 6 months later, I think, on that. And they said, hey, we wanted to let you know that we were going through and recording word tracking bugs. And I wanted to let you know it worked fantastic. There was this really nasty drug dealer that we were working internationally to try to bring down. He was in Venezuela, couldn't find where he was. And we were able to successfully send him a file. He opened the file, hint, it was porn, and emailed him a file of porn. And then he opened it. We figured out where he was. We were able to arrest him. I mean, this is a really bad dude, like heads in a duffel bag type bad dude. And I'm like, that's fantastic. So how did you set up the servers? Did you set them up in DigitalOcean or Azure? Where did you put it? And he goes, we used your server, like the one that you gave us in Amazon. And I was like, what? I forgot to spool down the servers. So this law enforcement agency was literally using the servers in Amazon that I let them use for a class for months to track really, really bad people. So this kind of changed my whole perception of how in the hell we going to do this moving forward. So I have students periodically, they're like, hey dude, why didn't you get us virtual machines in the cloud that we can set up and we can run? I have like 1,000 people registered in this class all over the world. 351 of you are on this class right now. I think you're all just super fantastic people. I'm sure you're wonderful. I'm sure you have people that love and care for you. I'm sure your pets love you, goldfish, puppies, or kittens. I am also fairly certain that there's a percentage of you that are not good people. And if I give you a whole bunch of different VMs, there's all kinds of bad things that can happen from that. Bad things being trademarked. Bad things. All right. Yeah. Hey, you don't know me. I could be an asshole. It's possible, right? So we need to be careful. I don't know. The people who joke scare me less than the people that get so pictures of like halos, like. So yeah, so we're going to talk about how you can set this up at work and some things that I've started using when I do these things for our customers as well. All right, so you think you have a bad person that you're going to investigate, right? If you do, first things first, direct connections to the attacker's IP address is bad. Don't make direct connections to the bad IP address. And there's a whole variety of reasons why you wouldn't want to do that. One of the reasons why you don't want to tip off the attacker that you're on to them. Because if they're trying to hack your network and all of a sudden there's a ping or there's something coming from that network, the attacker is going to be like, the gig is up, it's time to move on. And they're just going to just take it, right? So that's number one. Number two, the other reason why we don't want to make direct connections is if we start going through and trying to actively try and, it's really weird, This whole thing just moved. Sorry, sidetracked. If we actively start hitting that, you're probably going to be in a situation where you're attacking or doing something against a legitimate website, because a lot of attackers don't use their own websites. Like, there's not a bunch of people in Russia that are like, comrade, stand up a bunch of IP addresses so we can attack America. That's not how it works. They're going to go and find a bunch of deli shops and bicycle stores. You see, Bill, my malware is not running from my system. My malware is running from Susie's system and Bill's house and Jim's house and Jared's house. That's where my malware is running from. Sorry, I got to do a Life is Beautiful joke every once in a while. Or it's not Life is Beautiful. What is it? It's a Christmas movie. All right. At any rate, so I work in a deli. He's right. All right. So we don't want to do that because we might be attacking A Wonderful Life. Thank you so much. We might be attacking somebody else's. Roberto Bellini did A Beautiful Life, won an Oscar for Best Picture. It was an amazing movie that ended incredibly depressing. You should see it. It's actually hilarious, except for the ending. Absolutely funny. Great. Just not the ending so much. So, fantastic. All right. So don't make direct connections. Bad things can happen to you. Don't really make any connections at all until you actually are sure you have what you need from an incident response perspective. And then you're ready to pull the cord and shut things down, right? Also, you don't want to set this up in such a way that it's attributable to your company. This is really disturbing. There's people like, let's just say GE, like GE.com. Like, we're going to set up all of our cyber deception stuff on our GE.com domain and our GE.com IP address range. Yeah, that's not good, right? That's not something that we want to work with. It might be too obvious. So if you were going to try to create a domain for cyber deception, what would be, you say it's amateur hour, but people do that all the freaking time. What would you do instead of doing the name of your company? If you're going to start up a domain, and you should have a domain for your cyber deception stuff, G3, fake domain.ge.info, notbad.com. See, those are the people. Those are the people you can't trust, right? Hot babe. Okay, now we're getting a little totes legit. Think of advertising websites. If you look at a lot of advertising websites, they have domains that are like, B276c.com. It's like, what the hell is that? Right? It's automatically generated. But here's the beautiful thing. If it looks like an advertising domain, it smells like an advertising domain because your system's connecting to it, it's probably not going to arouse too much suspicion. How do we define the line that we have everything we need from an incident response perspective before looking into the attacker's IP address? If you believe that you have identified all the systems that are compromised, number one, and you believe that you know how the attacker got in, number two. And number three, you believe that you know how the attacker is communicating, and you can move quickly to remove their access, block their outbound connections, and you can fix the vulnerability that they exploited. You're then ready to proceed to the blocking phase, or we call it the containment phase. So Dave just gave a name. I just started CISPing just a little bit. I don't know, should I call that CISPing or SANSing? Because that's the crap. Like, people would ask me questions and I would teach SANS stuff. Like, literally, whenever you asked me that question, I literally was totally just SANSing out. I could see the slide and I could see it. Do you like CISPing or SANSing? Maybe we'll just call it SANSing out, right? It's like you pull a string in my back and it's like, hi, everybody. Today, we're going to be talking about ARP cache poisoning. One of the first tools that we ever used was a tool called ARP Spoof. This tool was originally written by Doug Song. Yeah, it's not good. Maybe we can make them interchangeable. If it's something really stupid and not useful, we'll call it CISPing, right? There we go. All right, we can call it SANSing, CISSP-ing. There we go. We'll just go with it, right? So now we have this kind of like framework, right? We aren't going to set it up so it's in our domain. We aren't going to make direct attacks. So we're going to have to do some type of indirection on what we're going to do. So what I recommend is set up ADHD in a non-attributable fashion, right? Preferably a third-party hosting provider, right? That might not be a bad idea. Now, when you're setting this stuff up, I want you to kind of think of it like you're a criminal. Like, if you were going to do crime, how would you do crime on the internet, right? You could use OpenVPN. One of the advantages of OpenVPN is like ubiquitous. It's everywhere. You could do, what do we have? Bitcoin. Yeah. Can you pay with it in Bitcoin? That's great. WireGuard VPN. You want to bounce through proxies, pay with Monero. Yeah, there's lots of VPCs that accept cryptocurrency, right? So let's see if we can find any here. VPC, cryptocurrency. BitLaunch, VPS. So we got Bitcoin VPS providers that accept Bitcoin, right? Okay, well, that's awesome. We have that. So we have these VPSs that we can run. VPN server, the hosting providers, there's tons of these different companies that are out there. Here you go. Top 10 VPSs that accept cryptocurrency. It's a 12-minute read. That's cool. So this is great because it's a lot less trackable. So does that make sense? So like Cherry servers, premium virtual servers. And you also know that a lot of these companies are just sketch, and they probably have STDs like HostSailor. That sounds like totally dirty. Like, you know, it's like just a filthy sailor. Yeah, HostSailor. And when you're setting these servers up in these different things, please understand there is a non-zero chance that they're going to be tracking all the crap that you do. Trust me. It's absolutely going to be a possibility that they're just gonna grab everything that you throw at them, right? Because they're probably ran by some incredibly shady people that are out there. HostSailor sounds salty. Nice. Very good. All right. So we can actually work with somebody that accepts cryptocurrency. Awesome. You want the callbacks to come back to a server or domain that is not related to your organization, like an advertising domain, right? You know, 218675219 type.com, which I think is probably a domain, probably a host's porn, just guessing on that. You can SSH tunnel to the virtual VPS. You absolutely can, totally can do that. And set it up with a server and an email, or a name and an email address that is not a real person. I have seen companies that are like, hey, John, could you stand up some deception and some attribution technology and use your own private credit card? Yeah, just expense it. I'll approve it. We're cool, right? Just use your personal email address for it. Yeah, your personal email and your personal credit card, right? And you joke about it, but I've had 3 gigs that went that way. One of them was with a media company. Another one was with a beverage and food manufacturer. And another one was with a bank. They were like, totally, just stand this up. And I'm like, I got to get prepaid gift cards. I got to do this. Like, just use your own personal credit card and your personal email address. Like, no one can hunt down Strand.js, right? Like, how hard would that be? So just crazy. People are like, why am I using Bing? Because that's the default on Windows 11. And I haven't changed my default like search engine yet. That needs to happen. Why did we name it the Active Defense Harbinger distribution? We named it the Active Defense Harbinger distribution because I have attention deficit and hyperactivity disorder, and the name works. So it's like 2 names coalescing on top of each other. So there we go. All right. So you set up the server with somebody that's not a real person, register this through a non-attributable email address, PayPal, domain hosting, and all of those things. When working for a bank, would you use a card issued by your bank, but doesn't have your name on it? I would probably end up getting gift cards, and we're going to talk about that here in a couple of seconds as well. Proxy software, yeah, use it, right? Critical to use third-party anonymizing proxy. There's tons of proxy servers out there. So many proxy servers, and they're all shady as hell, right? Just know that that's probably the case, and then you can chain it. We use something, we have IP Ricochet where it proxies all of our connections off of Amazon, DigitalOcean, and Azure, and it spins up the instances and brings the instances down automatically. Because instead of using a proxy, I just want to bounce it off of Azure. So if somebody's like, we've got connections coming from Microsoft, Steve Ballmer's after us, let's get him. So yeah, I just don't deal with this as much of a problem. By the way, do you want to know the absolute easiest way to do this? Like, where you have great speeds, you don't have to worry about standing up a janky proxy. I need to put it into this class. I talk about it, but this is so dumb, it works. 2 things you can do. The first thing you can do, go to a McDonald's, join their Wi-Fi and start setting things up. Yeah, just go to McDonald's, public Wi-Fi. Almost all of these companies, whether you're talking about McDonald's or go to a hotel or any of them, almost all of them backhaul it back to a corporate environment where they're basically collecting all the telemetry for the web surfing for everybody that goes through it. So you'll be popping, if you're a McDonald's, like last time I checked, I was popping out of Atlanta. So it's like a stupid way of proxying that's super, super simple. And I don't know what's good at McDonald's. Oh, breakfast at McDonald's is amazing. You can get McGriddles. I haven't given my McGriddle speech in a long time. So I have trouble eating bread. I just do. It just makes my stomach hurt, that and dairy, but I can eat McGriddles. So that means whatever the hell a McGriddle is, it's not bread. Chocolate chip cookies. Yeah. So you can go there for breakfast, set up all of your servers and your services and just, you know, have fun and get some really good ones. Bacon, egg, and cheese bagels. So I'm really hungry at this point. Hey, wait, there's a McGriddle recipe. Hold up. What? Yeah, I'm gonna have to make McGriddles at home. Yes. There we go. All right. So I didn't SISP. I just basically blanked out thinking about food. It's just like, so, all right. So yeah, you do that, it works great. The other thing that you can do is you can use Tor. You can use Honix. And then Tails OS is also really, really, really good. And then you could also set up a third-party hosted server that you can bop through as well. And then VPNs. So tons of those different things. Non-attributable email, avoid Google and Microsoft. Like, privacy is not their thing. I said Proton Mail. Now there's been a little bit of like static about Proton Mail lately, just so you know. They were actually handing things over to the police for warrants, with warrants at that particular situation. Even with that being said, they're probably more like better than Microsoft and Google. And I want to explain why. All right. So when you're looking at Proton Mail or any of them, and there's other ones that you can use too, one of the things that I'm after isn't necessarily like whether or not they're going to hand it over to law enforcement. We're pretending we're criminals. We're not actually criminals. Okay. So there's a difference there at that particular situation. So like that, I mean, not me, my friend's email was seized. When you register for Google or Microsoft, they're going to want to have a phone number. And I recommend having burner phones. We'll talk about that here in a second. But like burner phones, they're going to want a phone number to send you a text code to log in. Some of them, if you're bouncing through Tor, by the way, this is another reason why McDonald's works so well. If you're setting up a Google account or a Microsoft account and you're bouncing through Tor, they will literally make you send a driver's license to validate that you're a real human being, or passport. So it gets a little dicey. If you're trying to get really, really crafty and trying to bounce through like Tor and do all kinds of things, the internet changes for you quite a bit. Yeah, everybody should have a burner phone, right? I honestly believe that. And I don't want to get political, but just to say that it's a good idea it's a good idea just to have burner phones in this day and age, right? And burner phones are so cheap and they're so easy, and they're actually really functional as far as what you can actually get on that as well. Maintaining a good burner phone is not easy as well. So it is absolutely something that you run into. The other way that you can use Tor without having to verify is you set up a tool to rotate through proxies and you get the list of the exit nodes for Tor. And instead of using Tor directly, you just hit the exit nodes and rotate through the proxies that way, which is, we're getting out of the scope of this class a little bit, but you can do that as well. So we have tools where you can rotate through proxies. You give it a list of proxies and every single TCP connection will rotate through a different proxy on that as well. How burnout am I supposed to be? I'm already tin hat. I'm starting to feel far too trusting. Jenny, we need to have a talk. This is important because you're tinfoil hat. One of the things, by the way, all the crap I'm about to tell you is 100% true. You can look it up. First things first, you have brainwaves, Jenny. And those brainwaves run over certain frequencies that are actually licensed by the NSA. So the actual frequencies that go over your brain, you cannot use because they are licensed by the National Security Agency. All right. The other thing that you need to understand is that tinfoil amplifies those frequencies. It does. It amplifies those frequencies. If you truly want to be safe, you got to move up from the tinfoil hat. You got to move to full gold foil hats. Gold foil hats will actually block those frequencies. And you can get your gold foil hats from the Spearfish. Oh my God, we need gold foil hats. Hold on. Somebody's like, John went after a squirrel. There we go. All right. We're going to have that happen. There we go. There it is. All right. No, I wasn't sansing or sisping. I was ADHDing, and that's perfectly fine. All right. So when we're looking at all of this, we've got to try to keep some level of indirection where we're going around these things to make it a little bit more difficult, right? Use a very strong, long passphrase and never reuse that passphrase anywhere under any circumstances. If you have to provide an address, this is one of those things that was a problem for me. I was coming up with addresses and I couldn't figure out like what the hell. I kept forgetting my addresses. It's like, what's your zip code? I'm like, crap, I can't remember. And what I came up with, I was watching Blues Brothers. And at the end of Blues Brothers, all the cops show up to arrest the Blues Brothers and they show up to Wrigley Field. And I was like, holy crap, I'll just give the address of famous places. And then all I have to do is remember the famous places. And then I'll be able to figure out what my address was whenever I registered for these things as well. Is that a thing? Like a gold foil hat? Or gold foil beanie? Yeah, we need to make that happen for sure. All right, next thing, burner phones are absolutely essential. Password managers are good. I don't know. 1Pass is pretty neat. LastPass is hot garbage. We're trying to get off of LastPass as quickly as we can. And that's not fun. LastPass, we have like over 100 employees and thousands of servers, and switching from LastPass to something else is very, very difficult. So whenever you're dealing with burner phones, they're easy to get in the United States. They are, but there's also apps that you can get on your phone that'll allow you to set up multiple phone numbers on yours as well. So burner phones are essential. Services like Google require a phone to authenticate. You can purchase them from just about anywhere, Walmart, Target, gas stations for little or no cost. Also, I've been in some countries like Bangladesh where you can't buy burner phones, but you can buy used phones. A number of the different countries that I've done work and operated in, you may not be able to buy them new, but there are definitely street corner vendors where you can buy phones and you can buy SIM cards. It depends on the country, of course. Every country is, in fact, different that you can use in that as well. You can also use apps like Burner App. Burner App, unlimited burn numbers. Your phone still can be traced with a warrant. But once again, we're not talking about doing these things where we're trying to be an actual illegal hacker. What we're ultimately trying to do is basically make it harder for hackers to find out where we are. You also can feel like a real spy. Now, there's a bunch of things that I've done that get me into trouble with my kids and the teachers at my kids' school. So one of the things that got me into trouble is I teach a lot of these classes here and in this place, right? We have classrooms, we can set up things. We got another office up in Spearfish where we run some classes. My next class at Wild West Hacking Fest, by the way, if you do decide to come out to Wild West Hacking Fest and you come and take my class, you will take it in my barn. And we will do a barbecue every single day. So you get to hang out with me. It's in Deadwood, South Dakota. So take my class, come hang out. I'll hang out in my barn. It'll be fun. So I buy burner phones for my students whenever I teach this class for law enforcement. And a lot of them don't keep the burner phones because they already have just like burner phones ready to go. So for a while, I was awash in burner phones. And when my kids were just kind of getting to the age of starting to get in social media and things like that, they would come into the office and I had a box filled with burner phones and they would literally just grab burner phones and then take them to school. Right. And they would have like 25, 30 bucks on the burner phone. So they would be able to use the phone for a little while and that would be it. And my middle child was in school and he had one of my burner phones and it got confiscated. And somebody was like, you can't use this. We're going to take it away from you. And he said, you don't do that, please. It's one of my dad's burner phones. And the principal and the teacher were like, your dad's what? And they said, well, yeah, my son goes, my dad has a lot of burner phones. Like he uses them for all kinds of different things. And yeah, totally got snitched out by my kid. So at parent teacher conference, I had to sit down and explain why daddy has a whole box full of burner phones, which was a super awesome conversation to have at parent teacher conferences. Don't use a personal and corporate email, corporate credit card, like ever. Just please don't do that because that's bad. I think it's highly unlikely the attackers will find out that what the credit card number is and track the credit card number back and then get your address. But it's a quick thing that we can do where we can try to make it a little harder just in case, just being a little bit safer with it. So by the way, the virtual credit cards that you get, Jenny, they're still associated with your main primary credit card account. So what I recommend doing is just purchase Visa, Amex, or MasterCard gift cards. Just go out and buy them, pay with cash, $100, $500. It's enough to run about a 2 to 6 month operation. And then you can create a PayPal account that is tied to this. By the way, Mr. Robot, there's a ton of things in Mr. Robot that I absolutely love. Privacy.com is awesome because it creates those burner credit card numbers, KitKat, but they also, every one of those credit cards is tied back to your privacy.com account. I know this it's cool. It's great for personal use, but if you're trying to hide from drug dealers in Venezuela, I would go just get gift cards. It's so much easier that you can work with. So Mr. Robot is great. There's a ton of things in Mr. Robot that it's like right on the money. Like they nail how we do hacking. And there's a bunch of things that they do in Mr. Robot where it's like, yeah, he should have set up burner phones. He should have done these things, should have protected himself a little bit more, but he was a hallucinating drug addict. So can't fault him too much for that, right? Yeah, I need to rewatch and finish. I never saw the last season. So how do you all feel about the last season? Was it good? Was it worth it? Okay, I need to go back and watch the last season. I watched the season where he was in prison and it was all in his head. And that was beautiful. It was crazy. It was crazy. All right. So get these credit cards, tie them to PayPal on it as well. When you're setting this up, you're setting up like Honey Docs, Honey Badger, Canary tokens, all of these different things, but anything that makes a reverse connection from the attacker's computer system, you want that to be on a hosted computer system. I didn't spoil anything. Like he ends up in prison a couple of times, folks. Let's be honest. And there's a lot of shit in his head. Like seriously, by like it was second or third season, there's times where I'm watching it, I'm like, everything's in his head. Like absolutely everything in his head. Hallucinating drug addict, you know that after the second or third episode. So we haven't spoiled anything at all. So no. So you deploy all these things, and anything that calls back, you're going to want to set these things up that call back to come back to a hosted server someplace else. All right. So let's get through some honeypots. So what is a honeypot? And honestly, with honeypots, it's any object or item that can be intended to be interacted with by an attacker and not legitimate users. And that means we can literally honey all of the different things, absolutely everything. We can create honey tokens, honey records, honey tables, honeypot, honeynet, honeycred, honeyport, anything. As long as you have alerting, as long as you have callback functionality around it, it is absolutely something that can be a honey thing. So anything in IT can be honey. It should be something that resembles something of value to you and your organization. In any interaction should generate an alert and automatically be treated with extreme violence and maybe some politics, possibly, when dealing with it. Like if somebody's interacting with a honey user account, you want to do it. And so what is the difference between a honey object and a lure? Many times they overlap. But generally, when you're dealing with lures or breadcrumbs, what you're trying to do is entice and bring the attacker into where your actual honeypot exists. And we're going to talk about the different levels of honeypots in a couple of sections. So when you're looking at honeypots, there's a variety of ways that you can break them down. One of them is just straight research honeypots. And this is one of those areas that's exhausting to me whenever I'm talking to master's students, college students, and PhD students, where they're constantly looking at, what they want to write their research paper on and what they want to do. And they just keep coming back to, I'm going to create a honeypot and I'm going to see what the hackers do. And they do some really cool research, right? But they aren't really cutting edge and they aren't really pushing the state of the industry forward at all, which is what you should be doing in your doctorate. So with a lot of these research honeypots, they're what we call high interaction honeypots, where someone has to spend a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of energy keeping that honeypot up and running, and then also tracking what the attacker does. Most of what we're going to deal with in this class are what we call production level honeypots. And a production level honeypot is a honeypot that is something you can set it and forget it, like Ron Popeil. You don't worry about it. You just run it. And then when you get alerts, you deal with it. Question, Jeff Moss was behind Black Hat, is supposedly the person. Yes, Jeff Moss was doing that. I know Jeff Moss, he's amazing, and he was definitely involved. There was a couple of other people that were involved as well. My favorite episode was the one where they referenced Dave Kennedy, where he does social engineering. And they're like, who are you? And he's like, my name is Dave Kennedy. I thought that was pretty good on that. All right, so we're going to focus on production honeypots because we really want to put things that are not going to take a tremendous amount of our time to set up, right? We just don't want to put a tremendous amount of time into it. Just set it, forget it, and move on. Now, as I said, with the research honeypots, there are people that do this where they use it to try to learn about what attackers do. And there is value on that, right? There is absolutely value on how you can do this. And I'm going to kind of give you kind of a breakdown of a problem that I have in this class. Let me pull this down. So here's the problem. Oops, let me go here. Swipe out. Swiper, no swiping. Here we go. How come I can't bring this down? All right, at any rate. So you have a number of different automated sandboxes that are out there. Like here's one called AnyRun. There we go. So you can do automated analysis and kind of see what an attacker would do on a system. You've got another one, Joe Sandbox, another one I see a lot of people, Anubis, Cuckoo Sandbox. There's a ton of them, and they're all great. Don't get me wrong. I don't have a problem with any of them. My problem is that a lot of these different sandboxes, whenever you run these sandboxes, they actually die in my class, a horrible, painful death. Because while they work really, really, really well, if you are running these sandboxes and you all of a sudden are throwing 1,000 people, or today I think we're at 300 some people, you run into an issue where we crash the sandbox and it DOSes it. So I really want to have a lab where we could do sandbox analysis, but I haven't come across an online sandbox that can handle 351 submitting things at the exact same time yet. So I guess we'll work up to it at some point. So there's some really cool ones that are available. We'll see what actually happens. Maybe I need to do the malware bazaar. Because we can slowly watch all the sandboxes die on that as well. Yep, the Win11 sandbox is quick. That's one of the reasons why I'm looking to move the class to Windows 11, because it has that capability, and we might just play with it as well. So honeypots to learn about attackers, right? Now it gets into a question of what are you trying to do, right? Are you trying to detect and clear? Or are you trying to detect and learn? Now, both of these are valid strategies. Detect and clear is basically recover as fast as you possibly can. That's a detect and clear strategy. Detect and learn is to watch what the attacker has done and watch what the attacker is doing so as to determine what they have access to, how far they penetrated into your network, and maybe we'll get some indication of how they got into the environment. And when we're working with honeypots, they're great in actually helping us understand an attacker's overall skill and motivation. One of my dreams, like if I could start another company, which by the way, I'm completely banned from starting another company at Black Hills Information Security. My wife and all my employees have made it abundantly clear that I have too many companies as it is, but I really, really, really want to like get into the honeypot realm. and truly sell a honeypot whose primary goal isn't to detect lure, but the primary goal of the honeypot is to answer the question of what is the skill level and the motivation of an attacker. The way that so one of the things that I saw at Facebook years ago, a long time ago, was they had the upside down Turnet. So if they thought a system was compromised, they could flip that system onto a network that looked identical to the production network, and they just watched what the attacker was doing for like months on end. Yeah, it was cool. And that was years ago. I don't even know what they have now. But setting up something like that, where let's say we got like an Elastic agent on a system, or we're running, I don't know, Waza or any type of open source or free EDR, to have the ability where we can go through and just pull it all down. Now, Teapot is cool, but the problem with Teapot is a lot of the honeypots that Teapot spins up are actually older honeypots. And that's the other project. So if you're looking at it, it pulls up like Dionea, Conpot, Elastic Pot. Tons of these honeypots haven't been updated in years. And recently we tried to move all of the honeypots that we're using in my class to Python version 3. So I'm trying to get more people to start updating these honeypot projects that are out there. But yeah, I want to create something that will totally set up and like we can actually use it as a learning environment for real-time threat intelligence of what attackers are doing on your environment right now. Okay. Oops, there we go. So once again, going back to an attacker, are they dropping wares on a computer system? Are they searching for files like top secret on that as well? Yeah, I think that it might be part of the bounties that are on it as well. So I might actually see like an open thing on the Twitters. I'll announce it and we'll try to get a bunch of people to do this as well. Honeypots in production. Once again, this gets back to something I already talked about. Through security through obscurity is no security at all, but it's wrong. Security through obscurity freaking rocks if you have alerting and detection on your obscurity, because that increases the amount of time it takes for an attacker to try to break in, and it decreases the total amount of time it takes for you to detect. And there's a ton of limitations in existing security technologies. They miss post-exploitation activities. They mainly, dealing with new techniques or protocols that they've never seen. We've got problems, right? And this helps fill the gaps. I'm not saying it's the best thing in the world, but it definitely fills those gaps. All right, so we're going to take a quick 10-minute break, folks, and we will resume. We're going to hit the potties and get something to drink, and we will resume.
I'm coming back in quiet so I don't scare everybody. But I have a surprise for everybody. Wait for it.
Uh-oh.
Here's Moose. Oh, he's camera shy today, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah, he's very sleepy. Very, very sleepy.
Sleepy pups. He's so
Yeah.
cute. Dr. Pooper. There he is. Yep, on camera for the whole
Yep. This is him.
class to see.
Fitz is upstairs sleeping with my wife right now because
Oh.
he's a lazy bones.
And you woke him up. Isn't he cute though?
No, this is Moose. Moose came downstairs to me. He likes to be down here with me, and he definitely knows his name. So
Oh, does he still have puppy breath or no? Is that
yes,
yeah.
he just blew it right in my face.
Yeah, I just saw that. That's why I asked.
Yeah, he is extremely tired, but this is how he sits all the time.
Oh,
So
he's so cute. So hopefully everybody's joining the class, or enjoying the class. Did I say joining? I don't even know what I'm saying. I did post a couple of links in there for Wild West Hack and Fest and the class that John teaches that he'll be teaching at his house in his barn, which he's going to be doing barbecues every day. Like, I mean, that sounds pretty fun. That's intro to pen testing, just so you
Yeah.
know.
I might just take that week off and just take his class.
Yeah, well, or you could say that you definitely need to be out there to help support. So I posted a link. We're working on our Wild West Hack and Fest website where it's going to be all new and fresh and good here soon. To pay what you can. The cost for in-person is $1,095, I believe. But that includes meals and the conference, so that's the pre-conference training plus the actual 2-day conference. And it is not, you'll get the barbecues at John's house, but we also have a steak dinner. There's all kinds of activities that we do at Wild West Hack and Fest. It's super,
Yes.
super fun.
Yes. And I mean, you guys should definitely pay the money and just pay the in-person money and just come out to see me. I don't know if Megan's gonna be there or not. So
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. We're fingers crossing it. But Fat Man Will took his intro to pen testing at B-side, so he can attest to how amazing it is. I mean, it's always fun learning from John. I mean, he's an amazing instructor, so. And Deadwood is virtual, Brian, you were right. So the virtual training with conference is the 575, I believe, or it's maybe, it might be 725. I'm misspeaking. I should know this because, it is 725, but you also get the conference ticket. And we have a couple of tracks. We've got some really exciting speakers coming up. So that's really cool. And I know I had seen somebody had posted a question about SCADA. We do have a class that's relatively new on our training calendar coming up soon in Intro to Industrial Control Systems. So I'll post a link to that because I know someone had mentioned something about SCADA. I didn't see exactly what they said about it, but that is one of the classes that we offer, and it's kind of new to the schedule. So those aren't pay what you can. We do have several pay what you can. John, of course, has his 3 classes, but we have some other ones as well. I can post the link to that.
Hunting with Packets by Chris Brenton.
Yeah, we have introduction to a newer one that we just turned into a pay what you can is introduction to PCI. So it's PCI 101, and that's a secure ideas class. And the CISSP mentorship. I know we talk about the CISSP kind of a lot in this class. Our partners at Secure Ideas have that as a pay what you can as well. We've got reporting for pen testers, regular expressions with Joff Thayer, and Joff is always fun to learn from as well. I will post a link to the Pay What You Can catalog. And just so you know, the Pay What You Can pricing is only for the live virtual classes. We can't offer it for our on-demand platform just because of the licensing fees that we have to pay for on demand. So, but yeah, if you do want to check out our on demand, there is a lot. We're adding courses like constantly. I think we're up to like 26 classes in our on demand catalog. I'll post a link to that too.
Here's his shot collar. I took it off of him while I was holding him.
My dogs have shot collars, but I have an electric fence, and so I didn't, want to get like a fence. I would have had to go through like the HOA and building permits and all that.
I don't know
stuff.
if you guys can see like right down there underneath my anti-siphon sign. Probably not, but that's his dog bed. And he used to love that thing. And then I had a blanket down here when it was colder so that I could just cover up my legs with the blanket. And he pulled the blanket off my legs and put it on the floor, and that has become his bed now. So yeah.
Yeah, his Techie B, has John mentioned the link for the all the classes subscription yet? I will be happy to share that. Every time we share that, nobody seems to buy it though. So, but it is it is all of the courses in the on-demand course catalog, which there's 26. And you get a year's cyber range, and it's $1,500 for that. So if you're interested, thank you, Techie B. It is, I mean, it's like like 90% off.
Yes.
Some insane amount of money off of the, yes, and several more are coming, Brian, you're right. We just had a huge update for Breaching the Cloud. So this was our first like major update launch of like a V2 for Breaching the Cloud. So that was pretty cool. And Bo's amazing as well.
I don't know if John said it yet, but we are proudly sucking at capitalism.
Yes. But there is the you know, licensing fees for our on-demand platform. So, or I'm sure we would give it away.
I mean, you know, yes, Fat Man Will. We do actually work. I mean, it is mostly, you know, mountain bike riding and rock wall climbing and you know, barbecues and stuff, but we do occasionally work.
Yes. Getting ready for the event is no joke.
Yep.
Cyclone. The hotel may already be sold out. It's not, it doesn't have a whole lot of space in the Deadwood Mountain Grand. But if on our location page, which I'll post too, there is hotels within walking distance. And I think we're gonna do like the little trolley that kind of goes up and down the street, and there's gonna be an old time photo booth. There's gonna be, I think the Mechanical Bull's gonna be there. I don't know if Carl or Cowboy's coming in to teach roping lessons. We did that before. So it's not your normal cybersecurity conference. You learn other things like how to be a cowboy because it's the Wild West. So you have to, it's kind of, yes, we could put people in the patient rooms in the hospital. We'll have to,
Well,
we'll have to bring
first,
that up to John. Yeah.
first we'd have to put you in the waiting room and have you wait an hour and a half.
Yeah, yes. And then we might call you back and you'll get 2 minutes with John, and that's
Yes.
it.
Yes. And then we'll send you a $1,500 bill.
Yes, it's actually $1,095.
Oh, yes, 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 that's right.
So hopefully people can make it out. And if you can't, then join us virtually. That's just as fun. I mean, I've done it virtually. I went to San Diego to our Way West events, but I haven't been able to get out to Deadwood yet. But virtually is really fun too. I mean, we have the whose slide is it anyway? We've got all kinds of different stuff. I was just talking about the event. John, do you want me to share with your class the catalog for all the on-demand classes link?
Sure.
Okay.
Did you tell people about it?
Somebody brought it up, so I just
All right.
wanted to double check with FA.
So here we go. Let me, I should be sharing my screen. There we go.
Yes, you
Yes.
Go to anti-siphon training right here. If you look at our catalog,
Yeah.
and this is one of those things, maybe you all can help us out with this. Like we have this thing where it's the entire course catalog, like it's a lot of classes.
Yeah.
And we're adding
We're
more.
up to, I think, 26 now.
It's the entire course catalog and access to the Cyber Range certification and everything for a year for $1,500. And I am, and here's the thing I'd like to ask, like people get excited. They're like, oh my God, that's great. That's so cool. And then, like they don't buy it really.
Yeah.
So we don't know why it doesn't take off.
Yeah.
People buy individual classes all the time.
Yeah.
Which like, seriously, what is the discount on that?
We were talking about it and I'm terrible with math, but I think it's like 90. I mean, I think it's got to be over 90%.
So if you
Because
buy a class,
individual
it's about-
classes are $575.
no, but this isn't a subscription. It's not like a monthly subscription. It's just a
Yeah.
one-time fee.
Yeah, yeah. At $1,500. Yeah. A $1,500 outlay for
Yeah.
we agree. And like I said, we would give it away if we could, but this is pretty close to giving it away.
Yeah, so a one-time fee for all the classes and the Cyber Range for 1 year, $1,500. Like
Yes.
that's it. So yeah, you're paying for 2 classes at 600. So we have lots of people that buy individuals. I think it's a
Yeah.
lot of individual people, like it's not
Yeah.
a corporate thing.
Right.
But we do also have, if you buy our individual classes by themselves, you get lifetime access.
Yes.
So that's the difference, right? You're paying that
Yes.
$500 and you get access to all the updates for the rest of it. as well.
Yeah. But I will get that link for you guys. Since Sean said yes, I will get that link and sign up.
Yes.
We'll see
Somebody
if it
just
works
asked-
this time. Hey.
So somebody asked, IO scanner range is not as important for you. That's fine. New classes will be cool. Yeah, it's our entire catalog, everything,
Yes.
$1,500.
Yeah, as we add new classes, they will get automatically loaded into your course catalog.
Here's
and-
Adam. Megan, get Adam's quote. Maybe instead of all the courses, you could have some similar courses for 700, like the blue bundle, the red blunt bundle.
Yeah, maybe we'll talk about that in the anti-siphon meeting
Yeah,
tomorrow.
I like that.
Good
I like that.
idea.
Yeah.
See?
Can you take that to like Velda?
Yes,
And-
I will. I'll
and
take it to
Ian?
the meeting tomorrow or Thursday.
Because I like the idea, like you get everything for 1,500, you get $6.99. Rose just nailed it. $6.99 gets you the blue bundle and $6.99 gets you the red bundle. So I like it. That's
I like
I
that
appreciate
idea.
it. That's
I like that idea.
and that's more reasonable for somebody to pay.
Yeah.
Actually
Alright.
sit tight. I'm gonna go tell Erica. I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, see what happens. We definitely make decision because we've been wondering, like, it's a really good deal. We definitely don't understand why it's not selling. So he's going to talk to Erica and we will get back to you. And yes, I don't know if that's IO or IQ scanner. My contacts are out of date. I really need to get it into my eye doctor. But yes, there are, we do have corporate subscription plans and the cost is a little bit cheaper. The minimum is usually $5. But if you want to send an email to support@antisiphontraining.com, I can send you a Calendly link so that you can talk to our sales guy. Well, they are on
Hey.
demand.
All right,
So-
let's get rolling then. Let's
Okay.
get rolling with the pay what you can stuff.
All right. All right. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the feedback. We appreciate it.
That was really great. Thank you so much. All right. So one of the things that I want to get in this last bullet point, I think is essential, is that honeypots are just an integral part of a robust defensive architecture, which means that it's an addition to. So it's not replacing EDR, it's not replacing your firewall, it's not replacing an IDS, it's not replacing everything on that as well. It's just a real kind of breakdown and like it's another component that you have on it out there as well. So that's what we're kind of getting at on it. Honey users. This is something that I think is just phenomenal that I wish more organizations would actually jump in on. So somebody says I'm bad at capitalism. We suck at traditional capitalism, just to be clear. A lot of traditional capitalism is, you got to always be closing, right? You've got to, be out there, you got to be selling, you got to do your markup, keep raising your markup. You should be raising prices 7% every single year for like a decade. Coffees is for closers, all of that crap. And I've been in business now for a long time, and it's all horseshit. It's all something that's been created in Hollywood. And you do have the VC people, you do have those types of people who tend to think that way. But the companies that are truly successful are the people that try to take care of their employees. And that's really what we're trying to do. All right. So creating Honey users, you're going through and you're setting up, creating fake domain admin accounts, fake service accounts. And then when it generates an alert, then we actually will marshal the entire security team to try to deal with that, right? And you can create this, by the way, in emails for these accounts, LinkedIn, Facebook, and make sure that there's rules that are created in your SIM to detect it, which brings us to the next lab. All right, so the next lab that we're going to do is Honey users. I'm just going to close that out and then reopen it to open up the labs again. Going down to Intro to SOC, and we have the Honey user lab right here. Yes, thank you, Edge. I know that you're there. So we're going to do Honey user account. Let me break this up. Here we go. And this is really cool because this particular lab is set up to detect whenever somebody runs a password spray against your organization. So you're actually going to do a password spray using a password tool. Then you're going to be able to trip this. And this gets to VLT's question. When shall a company start using honeypots? I've read sometimes only do it when you have mature security level. Anytime anyone tells you that, feel free to ignore everything they say after that point. The reason why is so many of the honey technologies that are out there are so dead simple to use that you can set them up in a matter of minutes. And they're the most effective way for you to actually detect something like a password spray. So this is an example, VLT, where you can set up honeypot technology. You can get it running in like 20 minutes in your environment, and it has little to no overhead whatsoever. And the impact is monstrous. So we're going to do the Honey user lab. Let's go ahead and let's give people, let's do 20 minutes, and then I will do the walkthrough, and then we'll take another 10-minute break. People can hit the restroom, and then we'll keep going. All right, so we're doing the Honey user lab. All right. Oh, by the way, someone. Oh, no, we're good. All right. Is it expected you set up your Honey users in an account to have a weak password? No, it doesn't matter. I'll kind of walk through this a little bit slower as we go through and kind of talk about the pitfalls and how you set this up in an environment and what you actually do. Sorry to freak you out, because you knew it was going to happen at some point. I was going to return. All right. So at this point, this class is now sponsored by Spindrift, the water that tastes like nothing except lemon, apparently. It's weird. So, all right. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a user, and the user's name is Frank. And if anybody tries to log into Frank, it's going to generate an alert. Now, it doesn't matter if they log in successfully to the Frank account. They just have to log in or attempt to log in with Frank. Okay, so whether they do it successfully is completely irrelevant. So what we're going to do is we've already got our command prompt running. We're going to CD into tools, and then we're going to run the 200 user gen bat script. All right, so there we go. We got a question here from somebody. Are they all commands in the labs the same as we'd use in the real world? You could, but let me get JJCS50. Just give me a second here. I'll explain what we're doing. The point that you should take from this is we can do this in like 10 minutes or less in a lab on a Windows 10 system, and my system's Windows 11. You should be able to do this relatively quickly in a sim that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to do. All right. So that is absolutely something that you should be able to do relatively easily. So I've already generated 200 users. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up Event Viewer. All right. So we're going to go Event Viewer as an app. Excuse me. We're going to go into the Windows logs. We're going to go to security. And once we are in the security logs, which are loading on my system, albeit slowly, we're going to create a custom rule, all right, in the security, or a custom view in the security field. So we're going to choose XML. We're going to edit the query. Yeah, we know what we're doing. YOLO sec. All right, and we're going to copy this XML down below here. And we are going to, we're going to copy. You know what? I got it. There it is, copied. There we go. And I'm going to replace this garbage with this garbage. So what we basically did is we created a rule, and that's not the zoom that I was looking for. That's not the zoom that I was looking for. This is the zoom that I was looking for. So what we're doing is we're creating an event rule that's looking at event in the security, any of the event logs with any target username of Frank, right? So there's Frank. And anytime anyone tries to authenticate to Frank at all, it's going to generate an alert. All right. And I'm going to call it Frank. There we go. Click OK. Now we have the Frank rule. If you look, we actually have some Frank rules that exist. That's because we created the Frank account already. So I'm going to delete the, oh man, I just completely screwed up. No. Create custom view. There we go. Redoing all my work. Just give me a second. Never mind the man behind the curtain. There we go. Frank. All right. So I now have the Frank filter that's been created, and we absolutely do have events because we created the Frank account. But I want to show you what an attack looks like through the lens of setting up this type of a trap. And then we're going to spend some time kind of talking about some of the issues that you would want to avoid. So I'm going to CD into tools. Like so, and I'm going to set the execution policy to be unrestricted. So, and then I'm going to import the local password spray module. Now, in this particular scenario, what we're doing is we're going to launch a password spray attack. And let's talk about how this password spray attack can work. It can work in two different ways, externally and internally. The mechanics of how it works are pretty much the same depending on the protocol. But the point is, we try to log in to all of the user accounts that we can enumerate, but we don't log in with hundreds or thousands of different passwords. We try to authenticate and log into these computer systems with a single password. So if I do net user, These are all the users that exist on this environment. If I'm in a domain, I would run the command net user space / domain, and it would dump all the users on the domain. At this point, I am not on a domain, so I get an error. So it's fine. We're just running it locally, just for the purposes of a class. But the point is, an attacker can dump all of the users on a domain relatively quickly and relatively easily. So now what we're going to do is attempt to log in to every one of these user accounts with the exact same password of season and year. Now, the reason why we choose season and year is because it is one of the most commonly used passwords that anybody uses anywhere. Like, what do we mean by that? And let's give you an example as to why. How often do most organizations set their password change policy? So how many days for many organizations does it take for people to have to change their passwords? Usually we got 90. That man Will's a warlock from Mars. Met him in Baltimore. He is, in fact, a warlock from Mars. So most organizations, it's about 90. Could be 42, but let's just stick with 90, okay? Excuse me. Now, generally, the seasons change every 90 days, right? We go from winter to summer to spring to fall, not necessarily in that order, but you get the idea. And if a user ever forgets their password, they always just have to look at a calendar. They're like, oh crap, forgot my password. What year is it? 2023. Okay, what's the season? In the season, it's spring. All right, cool. All right, so my password is spring 2023. So it allows them to kind of not change the structure of their password and yet change their password every 90 days. We see this constantly in penetration tests. And in almost every single zine that we have at Black Hills Information Security, there is a reference to season and year because that's what gets us in these environments constantly. All right, so there we go. So let's go through and let's show you what this attack actually looks like. So if I were to run this attack, invoke local password spray, and I run it with the password of winter 2020, it's going to dump every single user on the system. And then it's going to attempt to log in with the password, of winter 2020. And there we have 6 user accounts. Now we have 6. All right. So whenever we did this, notice we got Christopher, Dennis, Gregory, Jack, Jerry, and Michael. We didn't get Frank. Excuse me. Does that mean that we completely failed in our Honey account? No, not at all. Because this Honey account only triggers whenever somebody attempts to authenticate to the Frank account. So they may have failed to log in as Frank, which they did, and they didn't log in at all, but simply that attempt generated an alert against this system. So if I open up Event Viewer and I zoom in like so, and then I refresh, you're going to see a bunch of new event logs show up right here. So now you can see that we had somebody attempting to log in. In fact, it says an account login failed for somebody trying to log in as the Frank account on this system. Now, there are a couple of caveats about this one that I think is really, really, really important. The first by the way, what if my pet's name is Summer 2023? Here, I'll show you. You want the name of the tool. The name of the actual tool is Domain Password Spray by Daft Hacked. All right, just give me a second. Here we go. This is the tool that we use at Black Hills Information Security. There you have it. Bam. So this one that we're running is a local password spray, which is just a version of Domain Password Spray that runs against local systems. So here you can see that we actually got an authentication, a failed login attempt to somebody trying to log in to the Frank account on this system. So that's kind of what we got to do. Now, a couple of caveats, like I said, that are really, really, really important. First, we want you to exit from your PowerShell. Then we want to delete the users. Please do me a favor and delete the users from your system because it messes with some labs that we do a little bit later on in this course. Now, when we're looking at this, first, I want to just ask you, don't delete intro labs. It's the user remove batch script. So, all right. So does this look difficult to y'all? Someone's trying to trip me up. No, So does this look like something you should wait until you have full inventory management software, AV, EDR, firewall, SIM, completely locked down, and then you can move on to this? Oh, this is something that you can do. And honestly, one of the reasons why I do this lab is because I just basically show you, hey, if I can do this in Event Viewer in 10 minutes, in Splunk, you should be able to do it within 8 hours. I'm just throwing that out there. Got a question from Loki. Love the name, by the way. How would we differentiate this event log from users failing to type in the correct password? Remember, Frank isn't a real user, Loki. Frank is a fake user. Not to say that Frank is a fake name, but there is no Frank in our environment. So no one's ever going to authenticate to Frank, ever. If anybody is trying to authenticate to Frank, it's going to be an attacker. Does that explain? Does that answer that, Loki? Ooh, Frank is a ghost. I like that. It's a tripwire. So we're literally setting a tripwire. Now, I asked this a while ago on the Twitters, and I said, hey, post-exploitation, what are your first 5 opening moves? And the vast majority on Twitter basically said they would do a password spray. They would start with a password spray. So this is absolutely one of the ways that attackers try to get post-exploitation lateral movement. It is just what we do. You also see it all of the time in environments where the attackers that we see, an actual malicious attacker, does the same type of thing. Why? Because it works. Password sprays work not only on the outside of the environment, but also on the inside of the environment. And attackers are ultimately going to be constantly going for things that work. And this works really, really, really well. So we had a couple of questions. If you have more questions, put them in. I had a couple of different things. If it's a real user frequency of login attempts would be a giveaway. That's true. One of the things that somebody said, what if Frank's account is disabled? Most of the tools that are out there, like Domain Password Spray, will skip over user accounts that are disabled. All right. Now, what you can do in Active Directory is this. There's a configuration setting where you can disable login hours for a user account. Right here, it looks like this. So you can say that the user is able to log in from 8 until 6 every day, but every hour after that, they are not able to log in. You can enable the account, give it a good long password because you don't want anybody ever to log in as this account. And then you can set the logon hours all to 0. So they can't log in. So it's a way of disabling the account without actually disabling the account. The other thing that you want to do is you want to set you actually want to log into the account. You don't just want to create the account and not log into it, because if you don't log into the account, it sets the last login to January 1st, 1601. Does anybody know what January 1st, 1601 represents? Any takers on that? Epoch time. Great, you got it. So whenever you're recording time on a computer system, all time on a computer is recorded as an offset from 0. So if you have a file that's never been accessed, then its file, like last login time, is 0, and it's going to set it to January 1st, 1601. If somebody does log into it, it's going to set it to like May 9th, 2023, and that's going to be a number that is an offset of seconds from 0. All right. But no one answered, what is January 1st, 1601? You were right about epoch time. Unix epoch time is like January 1st, 1970. You also see that being used in some aspects on Windows memory. File systems are January 1st, 1601, and also last login times for Active Directory are January 1st, 1601. There's a number of different epoch times that exist, but January 1st, 1601 is one of the common ones that we see on Windows systems. All right, it has nothing to do with Cobalt. Ethereal and Jordan got it. I think they were the first to get it, the Gregorian calendar. So if you went back in time, just basically because you have a time machine, who are some of the people that you would go back in time and meet? Just out of curiosity. Gregory of Nyssa, that's a new one. Plato would be great. Einstein, Da Vinci, besides killing Hitler. Yeah, after you're done killing Hitler, right? After you kill Hitler, what are you going to do? All right. I got a couple of people that I want to go back in time to meet. One of the people that I want to go back in time and meet is, but you don't want to meet Nietzsche. Nietzsche would be an ass. Him and Immanuel Kant would probably, well, Immanuel Kant was kind of cool at parties and he drank, but at any rate, one of the people that I want to go back and meet is George Washington. And the reason why I want to meet George Washington is I'm incredibly uncreative. I'm sorry. But no, the reason why I want to meet him is the more I read about him and the more I see about him, I can't believe he was real. I mean, I know he was real objectively. I've been to his house. I've been to Martha's Vineyard. I've been to his grave. I've seen all these different things. But who the hell was George Washington as a human being? Because he's almost mythical level like status, right? This is a guy that was unanimously elected. Like that's freaking crazy, right? He was in battles and he never got shot, even though he had holes in his clothing. Like there's all kinds of weird things. And I would like to know the man, the myth, and the legend and separate those things out. That's interesting to me. So let's say I went back to George Washington's birthday. What is President's Day? What is George Washington's birthday? Anyone want to look that up for sure? Tesla would be awesome. But you have to be there earlier in his career, not later. It's not January 1st, 1601. No, I'm going to get to a point here on this. At any rate, let's say you went back to what you thought was George Washington's birthday. You went back to February 11th, right? You show up and you go to George Washington's house at Martha's Vineyard. You knock on the door. George Washington shows up and you're like, happy birthday, Mr. President. Happy birthday to you. Okay, first, he would freak the hell out, right? Because he's wondering, why the hell are you showing up and you're kind of creeping me out just a little bit. There we go. Exactly like Wayne's World, right? That's weird. The second thing he would say is, today is not my birthday. The reason why is because the British Empire, when George Washington was born, was using the Julian calendar. Julian calendar is different than the Gregorian calendar. And the Gregorian calendar is the modern calendar that everyone uses today. And the furthest back that you can go as far as people have used the Gregorian calendar is January 1st, 1601. So there you go. So how's that for some weird trivia? There you go. So, yep, there is all this stuff. It's one of those things. Should you periodically log on? Yeah, that may not be a bad idea to log into those accounts. One of the reasons why it's important is because you have auditors that'll go through and say, no one's logged into this Frank account, disable it. No, our current concept of time starts in 1601. Phillips, if you really want to get your noodle completely bent, if you look at our calendar, how many months are there? 12. Originally, there were only 10 months. There were 2 additional months that were created specifically for Roman emperors, June and August, Julius and Augustus. They literally created months around them. So time is this weird, nebulous, crazy thing when you boil it down. So it's pretty crazy. You guys want another like crazy random fact? The highest point on Earth is not Mount Everest. Okay. Highest point on Earth is not Mount Everest. What is it? All right. It's not K2 either. It's not Hawaii. It's not the North Pole. It's at the highest point. All right. So all kinds of weird things with computers. Boy, you guys really, oh, there we go. There we go. Chimborazo. There you go. Got it. Why? People are freaking out. Wait a minute. I was told my whole life it was Everest. It's not. So, all right. So when we're looking at all of these different things, we're really trying to set these traps, really trying to set these snares in such a way that we're going to hit it where the attackers go. Some people have a problem with hunting. I'm sorry, I'm going to use a hunting analogy. So let's say instead of hunting, you like to take pictures of pretty little creatures that traps down the path. Whatever it is you like to do. you just don't walk around with a gun and hunt. You just don't walk around with a kid and take pictures of animals that you're specifically trying to get pictures of. You look at the pathways that they actually go on, and you set up your camera, you set up your hunting, stuff to do it on that path. So understanding the actual path that an attacker is going to take is incredibly important. And we know that attackers post-exploitation are going to use password spraying. Because we know that they're going to use password spraying, we put a trap in the point at which they go for password spraying as well. All right. So let's go ahead and let's take a quick 10-minute break, and we will resume, and we'll talk about Open Canary. All right, sorry I'm a little bit late. Tahoe had an accident. And all the employees, the people that work for me and the company that I founded decided it was probably for the best that I take care of my dog's poop, which, yeah, it's probably true. So sorry about that. So I had to take care of that really quick. All right, so there's a bunch of different tools. He's not a menace. He's a good boy. He's been inside all day. I haven't been able to take him on a walk this morning yet. What tools do you deploy on a remote first gig? I would probably start with like Honey Share, Honey User, and maybe Port Spoof or some of those tools if I was going to get set up. Would there be any point to setting up a Honey User on a web application? Only if you actually tie it to, let's say, like a LinkedIn profile. Is you do want to have that breadcrumb that actually gets the attacker to come into it as well. But I was wondering if you can get a Chat GPT plugin where it's an incident master for backdoors and breaches. I don't know, but that would be really, really super cool to set that up. Yeah, there is a SANS Chat GPT class. There's also an artificial intelligence class by Dave Holzer. And Dave Holzer is a fantastic instructor. Can't recommend it enough. So check it out. There's all kinds of cool things. I think it's cool, but literally I've been talking to Dave about it and it's a cool class. So that's pretty neat. So OpenCanary has a number of different scripts that emulate a wide variety of different services from FTP, HTTP, SMB, SSH, Telnet, number of services. It's able to emulate those, which is cool. And it's all for free, right? The other thing I love about OpenCanary is it has the capability to send a variety of different alerts, email, syslog, and SMS as well. Canary tokens detector. Let me take a look at the code real quick. I haven't looked at that one. Script to detect Canary token in Microsoft Word documents provides tracking. How to use, you run this tool, you execute it. Bypass Canary tokens. Well, let's take a look at the code, shall we? It's just a simple little SH script. Let's see what it does. Written by TechChip, which is pretty cool. Word document file, opens up the file. If it doesn't have the file, it says file does not exist. If the file is docx, it also checks to see if the file is a doc file. If the file is docx, then it's going to look at the footer. Then it says that this file is normal. Grep Canary token would, oh my God, this is horrible. Here, let me show you. All right, so not a fan. I'll see if you guys can figure out what the problem of this tool is, and that does not work. Let me pull down this URL. Actually, you all look at it. You can make this a lab. Tell me what your problem is. Tell me what my problem is with this tool. This is an example of a bad security tool that should feel bad. Yeah. So what it's specifically looking for is it's grepping out the word canary token and it's looking inside of the XML footers for the .xls file. It is not detecting CSS. It is not detecting image source tags in documents. It is not detecting cascading style sheets. So it is literally just looking for any mention of the word canary token. And that's all it does. So yeah, don't do that. Okay. I like the idea of a tool that actually looks for canary tokens inside of files, but if it's looking for a very specific string, not a huge fan in that situation on that as well. There's the applied data science machine learning. There you go. So as we mentioned, you want to get attackers into your honeypots, right? So how do you get them? So you can use breadcrumbs. This is an example from a friend of mine, Gadi Everon. He has got a company now named Symmetria, and they've been bought recently. I can't remember how much Gadi sold it for, but pretty cool. Really cool deception stuff that was in it as well. And he sets up breadcrumbs. And what those breadcrumbs do is they get the attacker to come into the honeypots in the appropriate place. This gets into what somebody was talking about. You can set up like Honey User on your web server, but you want to set it up in such a way that it would be something the attacker could find. So creating a fake LinkedIn profile would be a good step. come into a honey, like a honey user. And the reason why you would do these things is we're trying to differentiate between a standard automated scan and your standard script kidiot or skidiot, as we like to talk about it. And yep, you could put a fake a breach on your own site on the dark web. You absolutely could do something like that, which I think is a good idea, and you should do that because these things are good. You could also put it up on Pastebin and see if it gets scraped as well. But the point is, seeing what we're looking for is a legitimate, real human being that is a targeted threat actor coming after your organization versus a standard like automated crawler scan bot that's out there, because the way that you would react to those two different things would be fundamentally different from each other as well. So that's ultimately what we're trying to do, is get some way that the attacker can get reload, not logged, but in line with what they're doing. So I want to talk about honeyports now. So honeyports are just a lot of fun. The idea behind a honeyport is that we have a port, any port that we are not using legitimately. And how do we actually get those honeyports to fire whenever somebody is doing something like a basic port scan or trying to access a variety of different ports on our environment? So there's a number of ways you can do this. We've got tools like fail to ban. And fail to ban is legitimate. It basically runs on top of your SSH server. And if anybody ever tries to log in X number of failed times, well, it's not just SSH, it does a couple of different things, web servers as well. And if anybody has X number of failed login attempts within a specific observation window, it then moves to ban that IP address for a specified period of time. And it does that for SSH, web services, Telnet, all of these different things. That's crazy, right? And it's so good that it's something that should absolutely be installed on every single server that has SSH in your entire environment. No ifs, ands, buts about it. It's just so effective as a way to shut down attackers that are trying to access these services. It should be in. And once again, going through, yeah, you should consider Telnet HK. Let me come back to that. Whenever we're looking at it, like with these services, this is another one of those situations where does an attacker have, I guess, an advantage is one way of looking at it. Does an attacker have an advantage over us if we're trying to implement these types of technologies? And are they so onerous that we should get everything in security set up first? Once again, with the Honey users, it's dead simple. We did a lab, 10 minutes for most people to get through it. And then it took me like 15 to walk through it and explain it. With something like fail to ban, absolutely is an active defense technology because it's going to force the attacker to come back again and again and again. So somebody just basically said, Day just said, but will the attacker know they're banned? Sure, after a while they will know they're banned. But before they know that they're banned, they are going to spin their wheels and waste their freaking time. And that is what we are after. We're trying to get to the situation where the attackers are wasting more and more time. It's not about trying to shut them down completely in that situation. All right. All right. Annoyance. We've got a lab with honeypots, and I have a solution right here for you. So with this, I treated this as a challenge, and we usually do this tomorrow morning, but we're 10 minutes ahead. Do you want to do this lab now, or do we want to do it tomorrow morning first thing and then jump into Ask Me Anything? You want to do the lab right now? Okay, sounds good. All right, this is a challenge. All right, this is a challenge. So you're going to create some like auto drop from the command line. The main one is on Linux, and if you get real crafty, you can try to do it on a Windows computer systems. All right. Now with Linux, we have the built-in IP tables firewall that's set up. It's incredibly powerful. It's got a very, very flexible architecture, and I have a sample rule down below. IP tables, we're adding a rule to the input chain. Protocol is TCP, and the source IP address is 172.16.3.42 drop. So this is a block rule. Anybody that tries to come from that IP address will be blocked. We can also create rules on output and forward. If you want to, you can flush your rules with -F, capital, and you can list your rules with -L, capital as well. Now, we're going to be using Bash to create a honeypot. Now people are like, maybe we should do this tomorrow. Like I said, this is a challenge. Do we want to do this challenge now or do we want to do it tomorrow? Because it's not a quick lab. Okay, we'll do it tomorrow. A lot of people are changing their tune. All right, so let's switch into an Ask Me Anything. Let's switch into Ask Me Anything. And by the way, if you want to get prepped up, all you have to do is learn how to do while loops in Bash and then set up variables that you're setting it on as well. All right, so Telnet. When you're looking at Telnet, I think the crux of your question is how many people are using Telnet today? And this is one of those things that we have a lot of people that discuss and they say, well, that's an old protocol. That is an old thing. This is not a GitHub lab. This is a challenge. And I kind of want to put this in perspective for you all. Let's do this. I'm going to put this in. So right now on the open internet, there are, how many Telnets do we have? There are 325,660 Telnet servers on the open internet right now. And you regularly encounter Telnet in your day-to-day operations. It's a commonly used management port on switches and on routers, on a variety of different things that are out there. Earlier today, you talked about ways we can obfuscate in Apache server versions to where you can't tell. Do you know if there are ways to spoof the versioning? I don't know about the full version with newer Apache servers off the top of the bat. How many pen testers work at BHIS? At BHIS, we're looking at about 35 pen testers. If you add in the support pen testers, the people that are doing continuous malware development, doing tool creation for the pen testers, we're probably close to about 37 pen testers totally. Opinions on experience privacy-focused custom OS for mobile phones. So the problem with a lot of those phones is they're not usable. Like you start losing like Google Maps, you start losing all the things that makes your phone useful to you, like GPS location, finding places, doing street navigation. And that's what you run into, right? So if you look at that, you seriously like, you know, they're amazing as an idea, but the actual functionality is a pain in the ass. So an example would be, I don't know if I have my old phone on me here. I went away from Google. I do not have my phone with me. I went away from my Google phone because I got sick and tired of Google constantly listening to all my conversations and then giving me advertisements based on that. That bothers me a lot. So I switched over to an Apple phone. And there's a lot of things that are nice about an Apple phone, but Apple isn't, I know that they're getting your data, right? But they're not as shameless about your data and shoving ads down your throats based on what you're talking about as Google is. And one of the things that sucks about an Apple phone is you get very used to the internet being shaped in a very specific way to tailor to your needs and your wants and your desires. Predictive text, whenever I'm typing, Google had me down. I could type like 2-3 characters and it's like, here's the sentence you're most likely going to put. And it was nailing it. It was doing a really, really good job of guessing that. The Apple phone does not do that as well. Darknet Pipe, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Darknet and Jack Presider are awesome. Getting better to understand what some of these honeypot solutions are doing. Could I create a service that spins up a few Docker containers and connects them all in a network? So what you want to create a honey net, and there's tools out there that allow you to do that as well. Organic maps, FOSS. Junior pen tester should be able to do a minimum required skill. One of the things you want to look at is my 5-year plan. My 5-year plan webcast gives you exactly what you should be looking for. So let's go 5-year plan, John Strand. Here we go. So this is my intro to like pen testing. And I basically broke down, if you're trying to get into pen testing and you got 5 years, this is what you should be doing. Yeah. My favorite cheese is Parmesan because it's literally the only cheese that I can eat these days. When Honey account share is tripped, are your thoughts on what to clear the target versus getting more data? It really depends. If you have the ability to monitor the attacker, I would say that's the best answer, but the logistics of doing that all the time is really, really difficult. Fun fact, Dakota, the 5-year plan for offense is the exact same plan for defense. Like what I lay out as steps can go both directions. It absolutely can go both directions in that situation as well. Okay. All right, what else? Is there an industry demand for threat hunting and active defense? Or do you feel like the market still needs more education? Right now, I look at it as Get Good 69 is it's more in line with it's a core skill that is incorporated into SOC analysts and security architects, engineers. It is not a defined job role in and of itself. Is the challenge on the VM as well? It is, absolutely. You can do the challenge on the VM. In fact, the instructions on the slides, if I go back to the slides here, we walk through the things you need to know. You use IP tables, you use uname and cut, specifying delimiters, and you also deal with netcat being verbose, standard input, standard output pipes, and then we also have full answer right here. So it's all available and you can do it. If you want to get a jump start on tomorrow, you can. I have about 13 years in it and I'm trying to get into cybersecurity. I'm part of the OPSEC team at work. What else could I do on top of the classes here? If you're at this one, this is the last class, but Joff has a Python regular expressions class that is straight fire. Just hit all the pay what you can stuff. Chris Brenton is who I really got started in computer security, and he does training with us at Anti-Siphon. So take his stuff too. Oh, congratulations, Pat No Smash. That's awesome. In a live service, would you use honey user segments where users info traffic is handled mostly as team members to see who's trying to escalate? I wonder if there's something useful. Yeah, I don't know on that one for MMO games. What would you look for in a commercial deception project, or is it even looking at? So here's what you do. Go through this class. Look at these open source tools that we have. And then what I want you to do is when you look at a commercial tool, understand that you're not paying for what the commercial tool does. You're paying for what the commercial tool does that the open source tools do not do. Does that make sense? So if you look at it as what does this tool do, and you spend $100,000 on a tool, and you find out that there's open source tools that do the exact same thing, but it might take you a couple of hours of work, well, maybe you got ripped off. We have a vendor that has an adversarial emulation tool, a relatively new one on the scene, and they really, really, really want us to try it out, and they want us to use it, and they want us to give their feedback, and they want to charge me $150,000 for this tool. By the way, it's not Scythe. I want to make that clear. It's not Bryson. And I love helping people, but I don't like being a beta tester where I have to spend $150,000 to beta test their product. But my testers did look at it and they said, look, we can string together the most important aspects of this tool with a handful of Python scripts. You have mentioned that you have ADHD diagnosis. I would like to know if you have any management methods, neurodivergence, something you're able to share with us. Sure, it doesn't bother me. Whenever it comes to things like that, or like I don't drink alcohol anymore and I haven't drank in like 6 years. Because I was getting depressed and suicidal. I think it's important whenever people have issues, be it alcoholism or ADHD or any type of neurodivergent thing, to share your story and talk about these things, because it normalizes that as a thing, right? So like if I talk about I don't drink alcohol anymore, it's really, I talk about it and I'm not embarrassed about it because there's tons of people that had issues with alcohol. But I talk about it because there's people out there that are ashamed and they look at it as a personal failing rather than looking at it as a disease or something that needs to be managed or worked with. So my ADHD, I was diagnosed very, very, very early in middle school. And I was initially put on Ritalin. And I found out that the main problem that they were dealing with me in the school was not an issue about my learning or anything like that, but because I was hard to control. So rather than looking at ADHD as a way for me to focus and get better at dealing with things, they literally used ADHD and a number of other drugs to sedate me so I wouldn't be so disruptive in class. So I spent a good portion of middle school up until high school stoned out of my mind, and grades suffered, which I'm sure my grades would have sucked as well. But I was completely stoned in class, and it wasn't an issue. The drugs were used to help me manage my problem. It was used to help teachers manage me. And I get that, right? I don't get the fact of drugging someone who's in 5th grade, but I understand the difficulty in working with a hyperactive child and how to deal with it. The right way to deal with it is when I started getting hyperactive, they should have said, John, go run 2 laps around the school and come back to class. That probably would have solved a lot of those different issues. Or, don't get freaked out if I'm playing with something at my desk. Like now, a lot of kids that have ADHD, they'll give them like fidget spinners, they'll give them like rubber band things to flip with their feet. They give them something to kind of like diversify their focus on something. And I'm just throwing this out there, they could have just let me walk or stand in the back of the classroom rather than being like, we want you to sit down and shut up. So I ended up on some level of drugs, Ritalin, imipramine, desipramine, bunch of different drugs in varying levels until I got to college, and I just couldn't handle it anymore. So I stopped taking the drugs. There's a number of reasons why I couldn't handle it. And then instead of trying to look at it as hyperactivity, I basically forced myself over the period of time. I'm not going to say months or years because I honestly can't remember. And it's still something I struggle with, to instead focus on hyper focusing. So whenever I'm trying to learn something, I literally am a dung beetle. So what I'll do is I'll take data and I'll take something and then I'll do something with it. And then I'll do it again. So I'll convert it into flashcards by hand, and then I'll do a program that loads it into an Excel spreadsheet. And then I'll try to do online flashcards, and maybe I'll copy it down into a notebook. Maybe I'll put it into a PowerPoint presentation. But I find if I'm occupied by taking data and pushing it from one format to another format, I remember it. So that's just kind of my story. What do you want to implement at BHIS? Insert a top tier security firm to defend against advanced adversaries. You're in it. This is the class. Have standard security, of course, but you want to be able to do the things that are here as well. What are some things that companies don't do security wise, but they should be doing? That's the intro to security in the MITRE ATT&CK framework class. And that class goes through like application allow listing is something that every organization should be doing. And it's not hard. They should be doing internet allow listing. Every single organization should be doing it, and it's not hard. There's a bunch of people that make it harder than it is because they try to jump to the hardest incarnation possible of those things. 2-factor authentication, good, strong password policies are big things as well. You mentioned that our other nation states do practice in real time and they get good at it. How can we stay sharp after taking class? One of the things, Gene Bo, that I think is important is really getting involved in the cyber ranges. Getting into the holiday hack challenges from Ed Scotus, doing Try Hack Me and Hack the Box, and of course, ACE-T in our Meta CTF as well. So please do that as well. Do I need a separate device to install? Nope, you can install it in a virtual machine. You just need to make sure you have enough memory on that machine in VMware and enough cores. And I think 4 cores is pretty good. So, all right. So cyber range, how about Phillips tomorrow? I will give you all a demo of during the Ask Me Anything, I'll give you all a demo of the cyber range. Is there any alternatives to HTRAC for scraping and copying websites? We actually wrote our own Python script. I'll try to find it tomorrow. Ethan wrote it, and it literally it scrapes a website and then it inserts malware inside of the website that you have on it as well. Enjoy the Zine. Are there any other publications that you recommend? As far as I know, we're one of the only hacking publications that are still out there. Hack9 used to be a thing. We used to have 2600. We used to have Frag. And that's one of the reasons why we brought it back, because there just aren't enough of them that are out there to deal with. What are the InfoSec that has the highest potential and innovation? If you're going to get into InfoSec, general network security practitioner is quickly becoming dead. You've got to get into cloud and understand Azure and AWS, Google Cloud Compute, and all of these different things, because that is truly the future. That is where everything is going. Zero Trust is a thing. Your traditional Active Directory environment with a domain controller and a firewall and everything's on the inside is very quickly becoming a dinosaur. So focus on cloud and web pen testing. Could you explain the external VPS separated from organization briefly? Yeah. So you would create a separate org. You would go register a domain. Let's say supersecretcreatures.org, right? So you get this domain and then you would get a VPS and then you would build your servers for the callbacks. So whenever we have a callback for a Word document, we have a callback for a Canary token, we have a callback for Honey Badger, we want it to go to that domain, not to where we work. Do you think learning Bash or a programming language like Python? I would start with Python, but you do need to learn Bash. But if Bash speaks to you, go ahead and start on like Bash. That works fine too. CISSP mentorship, what would be something acquired prior to taking this class? Really, honestly, I would, Kevin Johnson CISSP class is great. Go ahead and take that from Kevin Johnson. Yeah, I think there was a lot of us that were in the earlier cohort of ADHD medication where it was bad. Really, 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 really bad for us. See, and I don't understand, Jenny, teachers were kind enough to tell you to, why? Why do you need to have a kid sitting at a desk? And this gets into some weird, like history, but the entire education system was created in the United States. People like Andrew Carnegie were some of the early people that were pushing it. The goal of early education in the United States was not really to train people or make people think. It was basically to make sure that people had enough education to follow basic directions and sit for 8 hours in a factory, because that's what we needed in America, factory people. And that is still what we're doing today. And it's just an absolute stupid way of looking at things. Fat Man Will, some kids, teachers will let them get up and pace. They should. Standing desks are incredibly effective as well. Yeah. And you also find out that a lot of the ADHD medication that is out there is truly just meth or variations of it. Waldo's Hackenfest, what course would you recommend to a relatively new person? It's come to my class. Come to the pen testing class. Sorry. There's also the applied purple teaming class. Anything with Kent and Jordan is amazing for people that are getting started. All right. Have you seen any other recent work involving 5-tuning OS models for security that excites you? Not really. We're kind of getting to the top of the S curve, I think. We talked about this on the news yesterday for a lot of these models that are out there. What's the difference between Honey DNS and DNS spoof? DNS spoofing is actually hijacking DNS resolution in the effort to try to get an attacker to get a victim to go to a website they wouldn't want, that you wouldn't want them to. So for example, if I'm on your network, I'm trying not to go into full sans mode. If I'm on your network, right, and I'm on the same network segment as you, I can run ARP spoof, which will redirect your traffic to my computer. On my computer, I can run DNS spoof. And when you try to do DNS resolution, I resolve that for you and send you to an evil website. That's DNS spoofing. Honey DNS is where I have fake entries in a real legitimate DNS file that will reroute an attacker to a honeypot. So there's difference. So Lucado said, hey, I'm getting ready to graduate and is in a place, once again, these pay what you can classes, which you've been in a couple of them. Get into those cyber ranges. Get into those cyber ranges. There we go. And the next pay what you can is getting started in packet decoding and reporting for pen testers. The reporting for pen testers is probably one of the most important ones. And that one, last I heard, it was a couple of weeks ago, we had like 70 people in it. So it's pretty huge on that as well. Blockchain security training that is currently being worked on by Bolt Bullock. I do not have a time frame on that. So yeah, 2600 is still a thing, but it ain't nearly the magazine it used to be. Like, it used to have amazing technical things in it. If you put honeypots in the DMZ, you can put them on the DMZ. Absolutely. We're going to give you some tools that you can run on production servers as well. Ransomware government bodies are always saying don't pay. Honestly, if it's the choice of your company going out of business, pay. I hate how people, it's one of my pet peeves where it's like you have a bunch of guys, right? And some guy walks by and says something to another guy, and then all the friends are like, you should go up and fight him. You should go up and fight him. You should go kick his ass. Everyone is all about somebody else doing something stupid as long as it doesn't impact them. And that bothers me. No, an ADHD Kit Kat, I also feel like, so a couple of different things, right? ADHD is one of the strongest things that you can have in this industry. One of the ways I've had it described to me is, imagine you have a scatter plot. A normal human being will go from point A to point B in a linear kind of progression. Somebody with ADHD is going to go through a whole bunch of different points. So if there is a problem that you're encountering, ADHD can absolutely be an asset if you allow yourself to focus and not get too distracted by squirrels. I get distracted by squirrels. You all see that, right? So don't think of it as like a liability. Try to think of the way that you think as something that is going to be helpful to you, especially with like abstract problem solving. Because I'm willing to bet, just whenever you're talking about dumb little mistakes, not remembering to add attachment stuff, those types of things, I'm willing to bet that you make connections in ways that, either people don't understand or, I guess, don't make sense. Like pop culture references, trying to pull different things in, looking at, this is an odd solution. So don't look at it as a liability, but try to figure out a way that you can try to maximize the benefits that come with it. So trying to learn the basics and fundamentals is really boring, and that's hard with ADHD. But once you get to the point where you understand those fundamentals really, really well, the only way you're going to learn them, just between you and me, is by getting your hands dirty and doing it, right? But people with ADHD, once they physically do something, they usually don't forget it very easily. And that is a huge asset. So try to play to those assets. As far as like spelling and dumb mistakes, my spelling is awful. I used to be very self-conscious about my spelling. Now I just don't give a shit. I do my best, right? And I got people that tech edit, proofread, important emails and things like that I work with. But seriously, if I get somebody that, I misspell something and they make fun of me, that just tells me that that's clearly a person I do not want to hang out with. I do not want to party with that person. And it saves me a shit ton of time. So don't look at it as a bad thing, but try to focus on what you can actually do with it as well. Yes, schools kill creativity. Yeah, absolutely. What else do we got? My son has ADHD and autism. We made the decision to homeschool him as the school environment wasn't going to work for him. Taylor's learning needs is far better. Yeah, and the ADHD and autism, I don't know how far on the spectrum they are, Len, but that's a tough combo. It really, really, really is. I've got a very good friend that has a similar situation. He's like, it's amazing to me the brilliant things that his son does, and then the absolute bonehead things that he can't figure out. It's just, I think it's really, this is one of the things we try to work at with BHIS, is trying to find that combination of what works for that individual. So there's times where I hire people and they don't work out in the role that I hired them for, and I could fire them. That's one thing I could totally do, but I find it better to try to find a way where I can maximize their effectiveness and try to get them in a position that they work well in. And that's tough, right? And that's what my friend is always working on. And that is a tough combo. And, my heart goes out to you and your family. What's the best way to pivot from systems network into cybersecurity? That's tough, really. One of the strongest things that I can recommend is go out and get some well-known security certs. Like get your CISSP, get your CEH, and I recommend those two because they're well known and they're also affordable out there as well. Yeah, that pre-exhaustion muffin overflow, that works for my kids as well. And that's just a trick. I hate it whenever you talk to people. I think it's good to give recommendations and not advice, but experiences. I hate it whenever you talk to people and like, well, in my house, this is what we do. Like somehow that's the magical solution for everyone on it as well. As someone who does hire cybersecurity roles, how would you potentially gauge applicants regarding an experience? So one of the things I look at is we have certifications, right? That's one thing. But the big thing that I've noticed is the people that are outstanding, they generally have experience in cyber ranges. So if they're doing Hack the Box, Try Hack Me, ACE-T, any of these different things, where are they at percentage wise? And the people that do really well in cyber ranges, they tend to be the ones that just absolutely kick ass as pen testers. So be looking for that. Kerbla, Megan, can we get Kerbla a link for registering for, oh, there it is. Never mind. She's already on it. She's got it. Oh, okay. So we do have a cybercast coming up noon tomorrow. That's good. And that ADHD, I think that's a great point, CHR, hyper focusing on the things you love. And that's why like Montessori schools tend to work really, really, really well with ADHD people because it allows them to focus and dig a little bit deeper. I don't necessarily know if it's an evolution or a disability. It depends on us, honestly. I know it's helped me out a lot. Do I teach any classes on exploit dev? I do not. I'm so far out from exploit dev. I suck at it. It is just a crazy thing. Sorry to say this vague, but trying to say this fairly. Culture and reality question, big picture, kind of tied to the US education history. What are we as security professionals actually responsible for? What point are we any more or less liable than any other kind of employee? This is something that I wrestle with all the time. There's no good answer with it because everyone in a position of any type of role of authority or power, they want all the glory for that power, but they want none of the responsibility insofar as the consequences that come from it. So like I said, at SANS, I've taught more people than like almost anybody walking the planet, right? Of course, there's people like Eric Cole, Ed Scotus, Rob Lee, that taught more than me and have taught more than me up until the point that I resigned from the SANS Institute. But I started feeling absolutely liable for the fact that I would teach these thousands of people and a lot of their organizations were still getting compromised. And it's something that eats me all the time. And I think the key thing, Paul and Fran, to remember is always look for people that feel that way. They feel that type of liability, responsibility for what they do, whether it's just a job or it's on a greater scale. And that's part of the reason why I'm here. And that's why you all are here as well, is because I am trying to fix this problem, because I genuinely feel like it is a problem that absolutely needs to be solved. And if we don't solve this problem, really, really bad things to deal with. Said CEH is trash in your 5-year plan. I did. I should probably remove that. It is trash. It's not a really, really solid, good technical certification, but here's the problem. It's not well regarded in a lot of circles, but at the exact same time, recruiters are looking for it. So look at it as a tool to help get your foot in the door. All right. Try to get your foot in the door. That's it. Yeah, I know. And that's a big thing. Company that won't budge. And that's true. That is absolutely true. We're dealing with politics more than anything else in many situations as well. What about ranges for blue team? Tomorrow at the Ask Me Anything, I'll show you Meta CTF. We have blue team challenges, lots and lots and lots of blue team challenges on that. So, but yeah, CEH has a really bad history. There's a lot of really bad ethical lapses in judgment that happened with CEH. It's got a bad history. So there you go. Any practice that you can get that gets your hands dirty is good. All right, everybody. With that, I need to get rolling. I want to say thank you so much. And I'll see you all bright and early tomorrow morning. Take care, everybody.